please welcome my guest for this evening, Geop.
Very poignant. Ooh, that was nice.
Yes, thank you. That I always have a short little opening monologue, as most talk shows do. If you're tuning in via YouTube right now, you're probably confused because I generally cut those out just to have the video start. But I was talking a tiny bit about having stuff to look forward to because I know for Geop and I, it's been a bit of a week. Nothing too bad, it sounds like, but just, you know, sometimes you have a string of days and they're just long days and you get through them, but we're here now and we're going to have a good time. So, Geop, I'm guessing folks are probably familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, if you can introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, I'm Geop. I know you see two figures before you here, both very handsome in their own right. But technically, the rock here is what's driving things over Paya to the puppet side over here. You see, it's actually being controlled by magic. Don't think about it too much.
Don't worry about it. It
anyway,
works.
That's the high and low of it. Rock elemental. There you go. I ought to work on the pitch a little better, but I mean, it does the job, you know. But thank you for having me.
My pleasure. And like I said, I've been looking forward to this. The first stuff that I saw of yours, the first streams I saw, was a type of stream that you do every week. It has become not necessarily the bread and butter of your content, but it has become certainly a recurring part of your content. And that is your Zillow reaction, or rather, Zillow analysis streams. I'm not even sure what the proper suffix to that, but it is your Zillow streams. I know that you're not necessarily the first person to ever do a Zillow stream, but you are certainly the first person here on Vtuber Talk in 123 episodes to have it be a part of their content with any level of regularity. And it sounds like there's actually a story to how this all came about, and that once we get past the origins of this, I have a couple other questions, but how did that start, at least for you?
Well, particularly the Zillow stuff, So I started up streaming, want to say March of 2022. And I was kind of feeling around for what I wanted to do. I wanted to get back to content creation after being off for a while. And I was like, I'll figure something out on Twitch. And at the time, didn't start off VTubing. It was very much like I was going to do that. It was like a deep, dark secret. And I was like, okay, I will move to the model once I've got something figured out, which that's a whole nother can of worms. But I was like, I should still just start streaming and, de-rust on the whole presentation front, the natural flow of dialogue. So I was like, okay, I'll start doing stuff. And it was very much like, at first I wasn't quite sure what to stream that'd be entertaining, so to speak. And I was like, it wasn't a matter of the dialogue, just be a matter of why would people come in and stick around. And I remember I was doing heavily modded Breath of the Wild, and it was a Sunday, and I was just like, man, I've got to stream in an hour, and I am not feeling it, but I don't want to cancel. And this was May or so.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did then was I was like, for some reason, I came across something on Reddit. I don't read Reddit, but it's just I came across for some reason off an article, something about a weird house. And I started looking at it, and I was like, this would be fun to show, something to talk about before we get into the stream stuff. And there were a couple others that I plucked. And I think it was I had 4 or 5 total. And by the time we had gone through all of them, we'd effectively been streaming for 3 hours, and folks had a lot of fun. I was like, okay, well, I'll cut it off there. And I thought later, okay, well, maybe we'll try this again next week or something. And I was thinking, okay, well, there's going to be a point where I'm just going to run out of good polls.
Of course, there can only be so many absurd houses out there. Surely.
Yeah. So I was like, we'll be done in a week or two or something. And the next week I was like, well, I came across some backlog listing that some folks had, and I dug around and I was like, I got a few more. And then I realized, wait, there's several forums I could look through here. They go back really far. I've got a lot of these now. So, we never did catch up on the backlog, and as of right now, my backlog is Well, my face tracking just froze, but that gives me a good chance to reboot it and also find an exact number.
Oh,
One
so you
second.
tracked them all.
Oh yeah, I've got them saved locally.
Oh,
because
wow.
because the thing is that when something saucy comes up and it gets a lot of attention, the realtor sometimes goes, oh no, pull that down, and sometimes it's something really good. So there've been a number of times where I've archived some some good stuff.
Some delisted houses.
Yes, there is. We're coming up on stream. This was 66 that we had this week with Hina as a guest, and we're coming up on a very infamous number.
Ah, yes, a very
Not
nice
68,
number indeed.
not 70, but there may be a few things I'm saving for there. And like one of them was something where they took down the photo from the listing, and I was like, no,
Too late, it was up.
I got it. So let me get that actual number. God almighty. Okay, so as far as stuff that we have not looked at, oh boy. So this is okay, having that number. Hang on, I've actually got, just to get a total here. So this would be about this divided by 2. Yeah, okay. And then the other directory where I've got the new stuff.
Ah, yes, of course, the other one. Multiple directories.
I've got stuff from like before I started really getting back to archiving, because I was like, this is a lot of work. And then I fell behind, and then I came back and I was like, oh God, I'm really far behind. Okay, as a loose total, I am sitting on about 770.
And that is houses that have not been looked at on stream in the 66 streams that you have had thus far.
Yes.
Gosh.
It's a problem.
Do you even bother actively going out to look anymore with the backlog in such a state?
Oh yeah. The stuff I've got a lot of stuff that's pretty much like the streams have like there's some sort of I'm trying to think of how to describe it. There's a flow or a tempo you kind of feel, you know? And I've got stuff where sometimes I will have the absolute worst stuff, and that'll always be like the very, very end. But it's like, I've got some stuff that's like pretty bad, but it's like, it's not the worst. And it's like, I'll have like a flow of things. Like I'll have short stuff at the beginning, and then I may have some stuff that's kind of like, oh, that's kind of weird.
You escalate.
And then I'll just go, yeah. So I usually look through and I get a list and I just arrange it, and it's just, I just wing it off that. And usually it works out pretty well, but I've got some in there of varying degrees of infamy, I would say. Some of them are pretty much just like, oh, this is a cool house. And some of them are like, oh, save that for a special guest, you know?
That tuning into these, some of them make me look at them. I remember there was one that was, I forget if it was the one with Hina or the week prior, that I looked at the house and I said, I feel like this was a materials manufacturer who was just making a display of all the materials they had, because it was zero consistency from one surface to the next. And I was just thinking, why on earth would someone do this? Maybe it's meant to be unlivable. Maybe it is just meant to be a display piece that was propped up by some manufacturer, and that way they can, you know, showcase all the things they're selling, because it was just absurd. And then you get ones that are structurally sound but crazy. There was this one house that was like a central room, but then it had like 8 to 10 prongs is the only word that I can really think of.
Wings, I think they may call it in some circles.
But also, if memory serves, there's a particular town that seems to just have a lot of these crazy houses, and I can't remember for the life of me what it is, but I remember
Joshua Tree.
That was it, yeah, that Joshua Tree. And that when that town name came up, that the tone with which you said it was just so knowing, so recognizing. What the hell is up with Joshua Tree? Have you been able to figure it out?
No. It's, how to describe this? Potato Joshua Tree. For folks who may not know, Joshua Tree comes up a lot in these streams because it seems generally the breakdown is either you are somebody with prohibitively too much money and you build a really weird house, or you just have a shack in the middle of the desert. Those are the two extremes of Joshua Tree. And we had like a stream in particular where we found 4 or 5 houses. I did not plan this. I just grabbed them from my listings, some new, some old, put them in there, and then we saw Joshua Tree and went to the next one and, just skipped through it. And somebody said, hey, where was that last one again? I was like, oh, Joshua Tree again. Huh, weird. Got to a third one, a fourth one.
And now it's just eerie.
Yeah, and like one time we got to a place and people were like, is this Joshua Tree? I look at it and I said, no, this isn't Joshua Tree.
It can't
and I said,
be.
do you know where this is? The United States. I look at a map and it's like a few miles north. It's just like, oh no.
It might as well be.
Yes. So like, there was one house we looked at fairly recently. Gosh, I don't know of a speedy way to find it on Twitter, but it was effectively, we were going through the interior of the house, and in one shot, you could see a nearby neighboring house.
Was it a house that you've looked at before?
Yes. Somebody said, oh, isn't that a house we'd seen before? And I was looking at it, and I was like, no, that can't be.
It's not possible.
I went to Map View, and the thing is that house was infamous because it was on like, it's called the Invisible House. It had articles and things about it. And if you go to Map View and you zoom out, it says, oh yeah, that's the Invisible House. It's like 200 yards northeast. And I was just like, oh my God. But yes, it is just the strangest thing to find so many houses around there.
I'm now waiting for, I forget what channel it is, that it's sort of like the cryptid classified channel thing. Oh, gosh, I'm totally blanking on what it's called. SCP, I think.
Yeah.
That there has to be an SCP video on Joshua Tree. There has to be some reason. I'm not someone who's a conspiracy theorist, but there has to be some logical explanation for why this ends up as it is. That, maybe dovetailing off of my idea of maybe it's something for displays, for these concepts. Looking up Joshua Tree, I see that it's in the middle of California. It seems to be a desert area. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is a township that has a relation to some university, and that architecture students are given access to this very cheap land because nobody is going to live in the middle of the desert here, and that they're able to actually go through as part of a senior project or something, the development of a house, and that they're encouraged to make these very left field designs, and that that seems like a logical enough explanation that okay, they're projects, there's something that are supposed to be out of the ordinary, it's supposed to be part of a learning process, and since it's just, this is not going to be where people necessarily look to live. Mm-hmm. So it's probably very cheap land, and they hire the contractors and they build it there, and if somebody happens to like it, they can move there, but that they just genuinely don't feel like they are meant to be inhabited.
Well, I was actually curious. I never actually looked up the reasoning why, but it's strange that there's just such a huge amount of houses out there. Like you said, you can look at the exterior, the interior, you could be like, nobody lives here. This isn't how people live. Like
that would make sense.
The Invisible House. The Invisible House one has like, I think it's at daytime, it looks like it's just one-way glass. You just see reflections. But at nighttime, you can see inside of it. And I was just like, there's no curtains, coverage, anything. I was like, this would be too weird to sleep in. Nobody could function living here. Well, maybe like, American Psycho type person could, but I mean,
Either that or, I want to find joshuatree.gov, that what is the tourism department? Is this their shtick? Do they know that these houses are all absurd and that it is supposed to attract attention in the way it has for you and your regulars? It's so weird, but obviously contractors had to be contracted for this. Someone had to make these designs. This isn't a naturally occurring phenomenon. There has to be something behind this.
Well, there's something else. It's not quite Joshua Tree, but another kind of running gag that we've found is so we have a bingo game built into it, which sounds kind of weird, but it's just like
Oh no, I
it's
love
excuse
that.
it's an
And that it's
excuse for
randomized.
hidden object stuff, you know. And one of the things that I love is we keep finding houses that are they're entirely renders. So we've got some that we're looking through and people will be like, oh, this house is kind of weird. Oh, wait, this is all a render. And I'll be like, yeah. They're trying to sell you on an idea. It's like, yeah, this is what it'll look like. It's going to run you about $20 million, but are you interested? There was one that was on a place called Chihuahua Street, and they had a render of the surrounding area, and the neighborhood around it was just white blocks. Like the buildings were just big white blocks. And they had the entire render of the house, and somebody looked at Street View, and it was just typical suburbia. So if you opted to build this place, you would be on the corner. You would be the most gaudy, horrific house around, and all your neighbors would hate your guts.
Okay, that explains it. Because I was saying, all right, then if this was a developmental neighborhood that none of the houses had been built yet, I can understand why you would just put a placeholder thing of blocks. But in this case, it's obfuscating the fact that you are going to be the weirdo on the block.
Well, there was one that was actually fully built, and it was like this guy who was like this big car fanatic. I can't recall if it was, I think it was Lamborghini. They had a lot of Lamborghini memorabilia. They had a Lamborghini, a place where they parked they had multiple Lamborghinis. They parked inside their house. The whole front of the house was really gaudy. It had like fleur-de-lis and all these weird flourishes. It looked really obnoxious. And right across the street are just some houses that look like they're maybe from the 70s or 80s with a bunch of grandmas and grandpas who probably lived there. It's just like it's like just 2 lanes of road away. You just have totally normal houses. It's like the only house in the area that looks like that.
Belfon in the chat, the one spike trap on the ceiling.
I know what they're talking about. That's actually a different one. That one is the one that looked like God, I think some people said it looked like a Darth Vader shape. It doesn't look like that to me. It has like a, oh boy, how would I describe that? It looked like some sort of a sci-fi structure, the entire house did. And like at the top of the stairs, like there's a central area,
Sort of a well almost?
Mezzanine?
Mezzanine?
I don't know if that's proper, but it sounds right. We're going to call it a mezzanine. But there's a foyer.
Foyer is usually like when you walk in, if it's, yeah. Bottom line. So there's this place and it has a spike ceiling.
Yeah, so going up the stairs, there's like a midway landing on the stairs, and directly above it, hanging from the ceiling, is like, it's backlit, but it effectively looks like a bunch of, just a bunch of spikes on like a metal board.
Okay, so
Which I say spikes is more so like pins, just about. Like they don't taper. They're just like, they look like just sharp rods. And they're like in just this big array on this board hanging overhead like a sort of Damocles thing. And it's just like, why is that
it's
there?
Not just, all right, the ceiling has spikes, that this is very clearly something that is detached that could conceivably be dropped.
Yeah, and it was very much one of those cases of why is this here? But the house had several other problems with it. It was very tech bro-y. That's the kind of description we use when it's something that's extremely expensive and you're like, there's no function to this. That's kind of like the throwaway adjective we use, I guess you could say.
Have there been any houses that have been just super odd, but you've looked at and said, okay, this is weird, but I think it's cool and I wouldn't mind living here. I might not necessarily choose to pay whatever price tag it is and go out of my way to live here, but if you were to tell me that this is my new house, I would not be disappointed.
Oh yeah, we got some. There was actually a bingo redeem that was called Labor of Love. And some of those could fit for that. It's where it's a house that is, a lot of these have kind of blurry lines, but the whole idea is, somebody very pointedly designed this house after a certain theme and they put a lot of money into it. And it's like, There's nothing wrong with that. It's a little weird, but hey,
but
like
if that's
there's someone who
that
Go
someone
ahead.
came up with a still livable design, and while it's very tailored, that it's not entirely absurd or uncomfortable, perhaps.
There was someone who really loved pirates. Their entire house was themed around pirates. It's kind of like, okay, it's kind of weird, but somebody really liked Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay. There's another one that was like entirely Disney themed.
I have to believe there's a lot of those around. I know there's
an
an entire
so much. It is bonkers.
and we're not even talking about the actual Disney neighborhoods in Florida.
Yeah, like one of them had like 3 doorways, and it's supposed to be a reference to something at a park or maybe a movie. I don't know, but that was like a big Disney reference that went over my head. But like, there are so many like that. They're all over the place. I'm trying to fish back in my memory of kind of infamous ones. Oh boy.
Have you ever considered reaching out to Zillow to see if you can get these streams sponsored? You're giving them so much publicity, you're showing all of these listings, and yes, you may be poking fun at most of them, but at the same time, the people who built these and who listed these built them and listed them, and that you are giving them that type of publicity. You're giving them free marketing, and my guess is if you were to approach them, they'd probably ask you to critique a couple of more normal ones along with some of the crazier ones. But if anything, you could pitch yourself to them and be like, okay, I have this many viewers and this is a weekly thing that we do, and that they could then reach out to clients they have that they know have some weirder ones and be like, hey, would you be all right with this? It will at least get eyes on your house, that there might be something there. At the very least, to my knowledge, Zillow has not sponsored any VTubers as of yet, but I have to believe, if I'm a marketing director, this is a call I would take.
Honestly, it's not a thought that's ever really materialized, because I don't know if they'd appreciate it. It's like it's never really been a thought in my mind, honestly. I'm not shooting it down, but it's sort of like, I don't know if they'd like it.
I mean, worst case scenario, they say thanks, but no thanks, and you're back where you started.
I don't know. I also think that if they were okay with that, like you said, they probably want to water things down or something, and it's like, no.
Gotta keep it weird. Very fair. Very fair.
Yeah. It's sort of like I'm coming up on episode 69. I've got some freaky stuff in here. I've got Halloween. I have Halloween themed houses. I'm backlogging again. I'm not going to show them a quaint, I don't know,
starter
boring house
on,
in suburbia
on Pickett Lane.
Yeah, it's like I was thinking about one I saw with a friend. Gosh, what was it? It was like this really nice, comfortable, cozy house, and just in the back end of the second story? I think it's the second story. There was just like a sex dungeon in a back room, and it was like otherwise it was like this very middle upper class home, and it's sort of like, hey, these people obviously have 2 kids running around. Do they just say never go into the door at the end of the hallway? It's like, how do you hide this?
Beauty and the Beast, never go into the West Wing.
That's the dangerous room. We keep it locked for a reason. Never ever go in there.
Have you ever had an instance, obviously, safety first, don't go into specifics, but have you ever been just driving around, traveling, past a house and been like, okay, I need to remember to look this up later and just slip it into the rotation of other things. That way nobody knows that you may have seen it in person. But have you seen anything in person and then later made a point to display it on stream?
I have not, no. I mean, a lot of houses, at least in my area, whenever I don't go venturing out to taking new adventurous drives too often, but when I do, if it's near any new construction, they're usually, I'm in a big major city. They tend to not get very experimental with housing, and I struggle to think of any weird ones, honestly. There are definitely some. Like I've mentioned before, I'm in Houston. Houston is absolutely gigantic, so this isn't doxing me or anything. But it's like there have been a number I've found that are in Houston, And it's just like, I didn't really know of their existence. There's one that's like incredibly expensive, and it is entirely covered with rusted metal slabs. And they have just, it is also near a freeway. And it's just like the noise pollution has got to be absolutely insane, you know? But yeah, it's like there's also others that have like a warehouse chic or decor they lean into.
Warehouse chic, what a term.
Yeah, like they would have corrugated aluminum slapped all over them. And it's just, some people think it looks good. I don't get it. Somebody with too much money was like, yeah, I like this. But I guess, gosh, I'm trying to think of some others that were around there. Because I've joked with a local friend that's sort of like, hey, we could go to some of these and get pictures. Like the one with the spike trap on the ceiling. It was a very expensive house. My friend said, hey, we could go over there and like pose as like a married couple and be like, oh yes, we're looking at it, buying this expensive house. Yes, we can definitely afford this. Be sort of like, this is way too expensive. Quick, you distract him. I'll take pictures.
Well, no, that you can say, well, I'm taking pictures because we're considering a couple different houses right now, want to be able to remember the different ones, a couple of different features that we're interested in. And I have to assume that taking pictures of a house that you're touring is very standard. And that you could just, go on a tour and get more pictures that way. And then when the real estate
already be on guard to be like,
probably anyone
we know this is a weird house. What are they doing?
Anyone who's looking at this house just automatically has an asterisk in their database.
Probably they're flagged. I was thinking because like there was one that was I want to say southwest of Houston, and it was this was a number of years ago. It was actually I want to say it was probably like 2015. It was one of these things where a house is infamous and goes on the news and online folks learn about it. And it was one that had a whole bunch of really weird mannequins everywhere. And that was kind of like it's kind of like a white whale house. And it's also a reason why I back things up so much, because that listing, after it got sold, all the pictures vanished. I did find some articles where they embedded the images, but they're like squished down to like super crunchy images and they're not really usable anymore. Remember that one was kind of like always a high watermark house, and I was always sort of like, I missed that one. One moment. Ooh.
Have these given you any interest in real estate or just architecture or interior design on your own? Has this made you consider how you decorate your own house, or, could you see yourself, in that type of field? Is this something that you're getting that level of joy from, or is this very much just, all right, it's for the content and I do enjoy it, it's fun, but nothing past that perhaps?
Just the latter. I am absolutely not interested in real estate. But I mean, also I'm kind of just shooting from the hip on a lot of this stuff. There are a couple regulars who are I'd say pretty close to being handymen of sorts. So there's some folks who will weigh in on specifics and information. Like it's very funny because I'm from a part of the States where it's like furnaces along walls. They don't do that around here. Basements, we don't have those. It's a bad idea to build basements around this part of the U.S.
Yeah, that area in particular, not basement territory, no.
So like we had basements, and we're once looking around in a house and somebody says, oh, that's a sump pump. And I'm just like, beg your pardon? He said, yeah, it's a sump pump. They have them in basements. Have you ever seen that? And I'm like, no, of course not. So now it's one of the in-jokes. Somebody will say, hey, Geop, that's a sump pump. I'll be like, shut up, I know. But it's interesting because you get a lot of perspectives on folks who are from elsewhere in the state. So folks will talk about, oh, wow, this is like, people will like scoff at some prices, and they'll be like, we'll see a house out in, I don't know, Dimwit, Arkansas, and somebody will say, I live a few miles away from Dimwit, Arkansas. This house is way too expensive. Or they'll be like, oh, I know Dimwit, Arkansas. They're a bunch of assholes who live there. It's kind of like little things like that. I feel like particularly in the Canadian listings, there's a lot of times where folks will weigh in with stuff. It's really interesting to me, because they'll be laughing about things like certain listings and areas, and they'll be like, oh, nobody's going to buy that.
But then you also get the more regional things that I imagine in hotter climates that there are either certain design quirks or materials used that people notice and be like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And while it might not be something you see in colder areas or on coastal towns, that just geographically, there is usually going to be some type of logic behind certain design choices, whether they be aesthetic or structural.
Yeah. Because there was one we saw that was very much like nobody's going to buy the situation. So on the topic of unusual building materials, you know shipping containers, yes?
Yes. Just
you see where I'm going
big,
with this.
Giant crates.
You ever thought to yourself, boy, I'd love to have a house made out of those? Well, I got news for you. We found one not too long ago. We've seen several, honestly. Sometimes it's like a hermit crab situation or a turducken.
The expression I just made. Now, this isn't a situation where it is a single shipping container, because when I was growing up...
Oh, no, that'd be silly. There's a shitload of shipping containers.
Okay,
you got to get those in bulk.
Because growing up, where I went to school and various other schools, that I know mine wasn't the only one, that there would be portables, which were just effectively these giant boxes for classrooms that, if a school was built in one decade and then the neighborhood grew, but they weren't going to completely upend and renovate the entire school, but they needed to have 1, 2, 3 more classrooms, that you would get these. And I'm pretty sure they still use them today to an extent. I don't know, I haven't been to a school in a while, but that they were called portables, and they're these big things that might as well be shipping containers, that they'll have a carpeted floor and whatnot, and that they'll have air conditioning, that they're not just throwing a bunch of kids in a crate, but there are those very standard block structures that can be used for inhabitable space. So is this just a case where you're taking a whole bunch of those and sort of stacking them next to each other and removing the walls so they are all contiguous?
Yeah. Some of these, that's what they do, is they will take they will cut off entire walls and just kind of adhere them together, weld them together, things like that. And there have been cases where it is just there's a real head scratcher on some of these, because some of them, they look like shipping container stuff from the exterior. Then you go in through the front door and it looks like a normal house. So it's just like, wait, you like the aesthetic of this?
My guess is that's not them liking the aesthetic, but it's probably cheap. That
I don't know, because it's like some of these, it's like, okay, I can see they've got like drywall and all of this stuff. It's like, why bother with that on the exterior? But then there was one we saw in Louisiana, which, boy, it was just shipping containers, and they were in the middle of building it still. So they had like the studs and joists lining the sides. And one thing someone pointed out was along one wall, for some reason, the studs, which are the the vertical 2x4s, the used for structural support and load bearing, they were rotated 90 degrees and turned the other way for some reason. So it was taking up more space, and it was not technically, it was not using, it was just a bad idea overall. And it's just very much, why is this here? And just the entire inner cavity is, a whole mishmash of wood. And also the other thing was, this is the swamp. There was no ventilation. There were a couple of windows. So the description for the house, it said ventilation, none.
That's not concerning at all.
That's a sweat box. You don't live inside there.
No.
But yeah, there's a lot of really bizarre situations we've come across. I don't know. It's like sometimes I will have a list. I'll have a set of houses we will go to. We will peel through them, and we'll just trip over stuff that I totally missed in my once overpass. Like there was one that, God, this is a strange one. So the whole thing I knew of the start of the house was it starts off with a pretty okay ho-hum house, and then it goes down to like this bomb shelter down a trail in the backyard. And I'm going through there and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the punchline. It's going great. And then I see a link on the page and it just starts playing this ambient music. It's like they had a download to some MP3. I pull it up and it's some ambient music and I'm just like, what the hell?
They went full MySpace on this.
Yeah, and then somebody said, hey, I ran Shazam on it. Here's the URL to the original track. I'm like, they didn't even credit the guy. But it was just, oh man. Some of these are just, I don't know if they are making a goof when they're doing it or not. Like that one still sticks with me. I'm kind of rifling around in my head for other cases because there have been so many. It seems like almost every week there are multiple.
Are there any cases of things that at first glance you were completely baffled by or thought that was weird, but then after consideration you said, you know, if I were to ever buy a house, I might actually want this. Maybe not in this exact style, but this concept that puzzled me, I understand to the point where I'm actually interested in it.
That's a good question. Are there any that stick out to me like that? I'm thinking,
Frozen Pyro
I'd have to think on that for a while.
Gen Z house in Georgia.
Oh, do you want a dramatic reading? Jay?
Oh, please.
Hang on a second. Oh boy. Where can I find it? Hang on a second. There's a few places I could find this. Hang on. Let me see. I should have this on Twitter.
I'm guessing this is like a description or something that was just written very well or very poorly.
Oh yeah. Oh God, should I read this whole thing?
Send it to me, I'll read it.
Oh, fantastic. I actually want to hear somebody else read this. And they haven't changed it. Ooh, boy. Well, I mean,
I'm very
if you want,
excited.
the description's on the right.
Oh, wow. This home has a pending offer. How about that?
Oh, it jumped right on top of that.
All right, just glancing it over. So, what the? Wow. I love that it not only is Gen Z, but also has translation.
Yeah, look at that.
So this house is in Atlanta. It is 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1,048 square feet for $699,000.
Nice.
Actually, wait a minute. But then why does this say 7,448 square feet? That's
the square footage stuff. They kind of it's Calvin ball sometimes. You know, sometimes the square footage is the house. Sometimes it's the lot. Sometimes it's all the floors combined. I don't know. They shake things up a lot, you know?
I'm even going to post this link in the chat here. And to its credit, this house looks perfectly normal. Just
I'm not crazy about the bright green door, but that's me. You can paint that.
Yeah, structurally speaking, the overall layout here seems like a perfectly serviceable, if slightly small, suburbanish house. Yeah.
It's from 1920, as we say.
Yeah,
that's
1920.
That's old house bones.
Okay, yeah, that makes even more sense. That this is very much just probably original structure, and it, for being 100 years old, actually in very good condition. But here we go. Gen Z, looking for that chill energy and steady coin bag? Bet you've swiped right. This crib is the perfect mix of location goals, fresh makeovers, and that hot, hard-to-get off-street parking. It's all sorts of fire, no cap. Translation: renovated street home with income-producing ADU and tons of off-street parking. Gen Z, picture this: strolling through a Dutch door into your personal aesthetic vibe with a dope ADU in the backyard ready to make some serious coin, plus a pool and hot tub combo that's literally shouting relaxation station. New windows bringing in all that glowy lit fire from the ATL sun. The open concept layout's gonna have you saying pass the vibes when you peep those high 9-foot ceilings. The scent of pine hits different as your kicks slide over heart of pine floors. Then your eyes catch that renovated kitchen, straight out of a Pinterest mood board, ready to make your foodie dreams pop off. You're low-key starved. Maybe it's about time to slide over to Krog Street and grab some munchies. It's a whole mood. Let's yeet on the scooters and vibe down to Beltline post dinner.
I want you to pay attention to how often they say vibe.
Yeah.
They're running out of words.
Then head back to the crib with Bae and chill on the breezy front porch. It's the perfect spot for sipping iced kombucha and watching the world go by. You can even ditch the whip and rent out your off-street parking to make some extra coin. This pad isn't just any pad, bruh. It's an entire rom-com waiting to happen. It's a fresh TikTok draft, ready to be hit with your life's love story vibes, all while vibing in one of ATL's hottest spots. So say thank you, the letter U, next to that daily traffic grind and make this dream a big-time glow-up. Facts, no printer. Hold up, take a second, ask yourself, fam. Is 135 Pearl Street the vibe check? If it's a yeet, then it's time to glow up your living game. Shoot a text to the rents for that bread and slide into your real estate agent's DMs to set up a showing. Ain't no time to be caught slipping on this one. It's go time, period. Translation. 135 Pearl Street is the hottest listing in Atlanta right now. Get your act together, schedule a showing, and buy it before it's too late. Search 135 Pearl Street on YouTube to see video walkthrough. I'm trying to decide if this was written by someone who was 60 years old and, you know, the classic, how do you do, fellow kids? Or if they just put into Chat GPT, write me a Gen Z house description for this property.
It's funny because there was a video tour at one that may still be in there. It's not interesting. But the lady who is the realtor, I assume, I saw her and I was just like, I could see she wrote this. She definitely wrote this. She gives off that energy.
Yeah, that was a trip. But at the same time, if they knew what they were doing and realized, yes, I'm writing a completely absurd thing and that it's going to be talked about, it's going to be shared, it's difficult to make a home listing description engaging or memorable. And at the very least, that's memorable. So congratulations, I suppose they succeeded on some level. Might not have been the one that they intended, or maybe it was and they've just played us.
I mean, probably mission successful, I suppose. It did make an impression.
Yeah, and at the very least, it's pending right now. Someone read that and booked the showing, or at the very least didn't let that description it wasn't off-putting enough for them to not do a showing, shall we say.
But yeah, that was, boy.
Yeah, but the inside of this house is perfectly normal.
I'm glad Frozen remembered that one. That's, oh boy. There have been some very interesting descriptions over time. Like, I'm trying to think, what is another one that comes to mind? There's just so many inside jokes and things that circle around. Like we keep coming back to homes that used to be missile silos. Actual Atlas missile silos. Because like we looked at one and then that was early on, and a few months later we come across another one and someone said, "Hey, Geop, is this the same one?" I said, "No, it's their next door neighbor." Come across another one. Is this in the same area? No, it's a few states away. It does look the same though.
Well, it makes sense that, you know, at certain points in history that such things were a concern and people built these bunkers and, well, fortunately they have not had to be used for their original intent, but those places were literally designed to be lived in for an indefinite amount of time. So if it's already there, I guess why not try and sell it?
Well, there was one that was, I think the last one we bought, or we looked at, it was bought and an influencer lived inside there. Someone actually linked their YouTube channel. You could look at videos where they were talking about living in there. And the thing that was so troubling was there was, I hesitate to call it a pool. There was a room where there was standing water. And I was like, is this safe? You're just sort of like, is this dirty water?
this
It's got to be dirty,
sanitary?
but yeah, because you're looking at it, it's like, well, it's normal watercolor, but this is a bunch of old rusted metal around here. What the hell? Cube bunker that was also an airfield. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's right. There was it seemed like a landing strip in the middle of nowhere, I think. It was not a landing strip actually, but it was approaching one. It was very, very long, this big slab of concrete. And right in the middle was this little stairway down to what was just like a room underground. And it had like a drainage pipe exiting outside. And it was supposed to be like an incomplete bunker or something. What I thought was funny was everything around there, getting to that place was impossible because there were no paved roads nearby. So I know one thing I was thinking was like, how'd they get the cement out here? Because how thick the trees were, it was like, if they drove a car here the size of a cement truck, it would have gotten stuck. It was just a real head scratcher situation, you know?
That it seems to have been something that was under construction and perhaps the project was abandoned, but then if there's trees all around, that I guess they wouldn't likely have gone in and just planted a bunch of tall, fully grown trees. And so that does beg the question and suggest it was probably the previous owner who was not actually industrial sized, bringing a cement truck, that it was an individual who was making it and trying to create what was either a landing strip or just some other foundation or surface for who knows what. And probably the reason that it is relatively small is because they were doing it by hand.
Well, the thing is, I'm thinking on it now, I don't think it was big enough for a landing strip, but it was just this huge area. And it's just very much like, I don't know how this got here.
What is this for?
Yeah, and there's unfortunately a lot of places that are very much like, what's the story here? So sometimes, folks in chat will do like sleuthing. Like sometimes they'll find out, like just from going to Google, oh, this was owned by so-and-so, or oh, here's an article on this, or oh, this is what it looked like a couple of years earlier. A bunch of things like that. One moment. Ooh. Water. Ooh. A lot of meetings today. I'm sorry. Oh.
You're good. I suppose that's just going to be part of this whole experience of, housing, livable places. That's something that basically everybody needs, that you're going to look for at some point in time, and that there are people, whether it be students, whether it be someone with, like you said, way too much money and way too much time, or just someone who thinks they know more than they know and is trying to save on not hiring a designer or not hiring an architect, and thinks, oh, I can do this myself. How hard can it be? And then you wind up with these creations.
Some of them, it's very sad because there have been a few where we've come across what they look like beforehand. And there's one I made a short of a long time ago. And it was, you could see what the house looked like beforehand. It looked like a pretty okay house. And they effectively made it all vibrant, bright neon colors. And they cut down all the oak trees in the front. And it was just like this big rectangular prism that popped out of the ground. And it was just like, ooh.
Frozen Pyro in chat mentions a nice blue house that was ruined by streamer podcaster bros.
I think that might be the one I'm thinking of, Pyro. I'm trying to recall. We'd had a few that were podcast bros. There was one that was actually called the Owl House, and it was marketed as a podcasting house.
What makes something a podcasting house?
Like, what is
podcasts
that?
Don't require something particularly complex with setups. That's why they're so popular. That's why Vtuber Talk exists. What is this if not a podcast? It's because I'm lazy and didn't want to do anything.
You need a compound.
Special.
You need a compound. That's how this works now.
Like, I've heard of streamer houses where you have a bunch of people who are going to be doing content and such. I've heard of things where you have studio houses where you're going to have things that are set up for 3D mocap or for music recording, that there are reasons to have content creation houses because for certain types of content creation, you do need to have treated space or things set up with different types of equipment in studios. Podcasts, not so much.
Yeah. And actually thinking of something. You're mentioning somebody getting into a house and getting it over their head. Do you want me to segue into the topic of Grover House?
Please. You mentioned this Grover House, and I'm very curious because it was GROVERHAUS, not HOUSE. If
That's the meme label where people just start spelling it that way. It is kind of it is the progenitor of fucked up houses online, and that's kind of the infamy about it. It was I've got some information and pictures here. I need to, at some point, whenever I feel the creative energy juices flowing, I need to do a little bit of digging and find a little bit of info, because it's a tricky thing, because the person involved in this was deleting information, and also there just needs to be some digging, because I think there's some stuff that got a little lost, and I could probably find the Wayback Machine. But it's also a really complicated, multi-layered issue. Actually, it came up this week when I was talking with Hina, and there's already a few essays about it, but they kind of cover a surface level. And there's just so many little things. And even before we started the call here, I took like an hour to be like, okay, what can I fish up here without digging too deep? Just as a bird's eye view, a quick flyover of Grover, like a primer. So I have this stuff here. Let me see. Where's my browser? Okay. So I feel a picture is worth 1,000 words. So get ready to see a picture where somebody said, huh, a whole bunch of times. Let me tighten these up over here. There we go. Okay, and let me check OBS again to see how things are looking in the projector. I think that'll be fine. Okay, now let me enable the layer with this. And this should be... There we go.
Okay, so far it's just a house with a very plain front. The patio is kind of missing.
How about the windows?
Yeah.
A bit of a collection of windows.
It's just a bunch of weird different windows. I have to assume this is the back of the house, because the other side, which I assume is probably the garage, and I'm not seeing a garage door, so this is just, the backyard entrance, and that whether there was a patio or a deck. No, wait, I do see a very small patio. It's just completely not level with the door.
Why would that not be level? That's strange. Shoddy craftsmanship? No.
Shoddy craftsmanship, quite possibly. This looks to me like just, very poorly constructed, not necessarily absurd, but just kind of sad.
So the thing with Grover House, why it's called that is, let me see. Should be the next photo. You don't need to read the text too much. I know this is squished down, but this is like a screenshot of, I don't like how it's doing all this Pinterest stuff on the side here. There was a site that had a gaggle of images ready. So like I said, there aren't too many pictures because of how he scrubbed things. So to summarize here, it's cropping off a little bit.
It says we're doing everything ourselves. Framing doors, windows,
so the thing
electrical.
is, Grover and his wife had a home, and the home was like 1,600 square feet. And they said, you know what? This is too small. We need a bigger house. So as opposed to moving somewhere else, they were like, okay, we will add an addition onto our house, which is okay, fine. That's fine. 2,000 square feet. Okay, that sounds great.
Perfectly reasonable.
And they said, well, we're going to do it ourselves. It's going to cost $85,000, he said. So it's kind of like, okay, you're going to do it yourself? That's very admirable.
Now, this is in $2,002. I'm seeing what seems to be a year over on the left-hand side.
Actually, one second. The picture resolution's walking around on me. That's when he registered, actually. The post was from...
Okay.
The post was done in like late 2006. So this is before the '08 recession stuff. Did really weird things. So there's a few things that folks need to consider when they look at this. So he was going to do everything, I think, outside of outside of the siding and the cement. Yeah, everything but concrete and siding. And later we got lazy with drywall too. So this is like the beginning of the thread. So this guy, Grover, he was a moderator on Something Awful forums. And some info about Grover, he was already kind of a divisive dude, because the guy was okay, so Something Awful, for folks who don't know, it's an older message board that it was kind of a weird primordial soup that a lot of things on the internet culture spawned from, like 4chan spawned off of it, a whole bunch of other things. It's very startling to see the domino effect that popped off of it, from certain people making connections or getting banned, or certain things happening.
These are the villain origin stories.
There's a lot of them on here. So with Grover, a little info, he was an electrical engineer, not an electrician, but electrical engineer. And he also served, he did contract work as a civilian over in the Middle East. Now, one thing that made it kind of bristly and weird is something he said quite often and pissed a lot of people off, is that he said, well, as a civilian contractor, because of the amount of money he was making was comparable to being a major in the military, he almost equated himself to being practically a major. So not quite stolen valor, but getting over there. So that's kind of the guy you're working with here.
Yeah, I'm also loving the Yogi Bear gesturing at a aircraft carrier.
I don't know if there's any context to that. Sometimes people will give them like joke avatars as like punishment. But
also, I did a quick look up. $85,000 in $2,003 adjusted for inflation is a bit over 50%. So that $85,000 would be approximately $130,000 today.
Sounds about right. Yeah. Okay, so a couple things. The location of this house, this is the actual name. It is around the Chesapeake Bay area near Norfolk, Virginia. The regional name is the Great Dismal Swamp.
Yep.
Sounds like a Dark Souls zone, as a lot of people say. So there are a lot of missteps he made. First thing is first, I mentioned swamp, not only because of the name is funny, but because he started doing his work in December and it happened to be the rainy season. So everything turned to a boggy mess. And there was something else that he did that I don't think he ever resolved. The cost of adding on to the house and doing all this work and everything, what he was going to do is he was going to do what was a home equity loan, which is a whole topic in itself. But the crux of it is that he was not eligible.
Oh, he wasn't eligible.
Yeah. This doesn't get to '08 stuff. It's just kind of a different a different bit of context for the era, really. But he was not eligible for any of those loans. So what he did was he got a very cheap loan that he could pass for the appraisal on his house, and he was going to use that to make the house just bump up. He was effectively going to get the house to bump up to the next tier, I guess you could say, make it a little bit better so it could pass the next level of appraisal value, and then he could take out an even larger loan. So it was kind of a weird gamble he was doing. Yeah. So that's something else, but that's something I don't think he ever resolved me in. That's just another glimpse into a bit of a red flag. So there's that. There's the rain. Okay, this is where things get very funny. He had fiberglass tape measure, he mentioned at one point, where he was squaring off the foundation of the house. And he was doing this on his own, just with his own tools. And he found out after he'd done all this work with the foundation and stuff, on this 100-foot spool, beyond 50 feet, there was a stretch or skew or an inaccuracy. So his measurements were totally off.
Oh,
So it ended
no.
up with, when he built things on this expansion, one wall was like 1.5 inches higher than the other.
And
So
1.5 inches doesn't sound like much, but in architecture, that's catastrophic.
yeah. So something else is, there was that electrical work. He said a lot of there was a comment he made somewhere where somebody said, "Hey, you're really getting over your head on this." And he's like, "No, I've read about this. This isn't rocket science. I can do this. This is easy."
Electrical engineering is where it gets scary.
Yeah, he was way in over his head on the electrical work, and also the price of the materials had actually tripled since he did his calculations. The other thing is, the guy was incredibly stingy with his money. So he would do whatever he could to trim off corners, whether it be actual labor.
I have to assume that's why he was trying to do it himself, because he didn't want to pay a professional to do it, that he was trying to save his money there. And obviously,
yeah, there's a reason you pay a professional.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he did the electrical work for the entire thing, and he verbatim, he said that he managed to jury rig the electrical work together. He said it was a lot of work, but I managed to jury rig something together. And it's like, this is where you're going to be living.
To be proud of as an accomplishment.
There was a kind of a whole mess on the topic of plumbing, which I wish I could find info on that. There could be a literal mess too,
depending on how you do it.
Oh yeah. There was problems with fluids not draining away from the house, I think. That's something for whenever I do a longer form video, I'm gonna have to dig for that. It is a mess. But the other thing, this is something else. He repeatedly failed inspections on the house. And as opposed to addressing these problems, he went off and he became certified himself.
So he could,
and he
oh my God,
rubber stamped everything himself. You're getting kind of a picture of the character here, right?
This is impressive levels of stupidity.
I've got more pictures. I just wanted to get through all the text before we go through those. So let me see. Gosh, there was this one post that is infamous of his, that he gets into some word salad stuff to where his descriptions stop making sense, and it's the sort of thing where you have to do like a diagram or a picture, because he gets into some housing terms that by themselves make sense, but he's mentioning all these weird gymnastics he's doing with the parts, and it's really hard to summarize here. But let me see. I actually had to write some notes here. So between the old house and the addition, he said, you know what? I've got problems with trying to marry the roof lines together on the old house and the new. So what he did was he added an extra wall as a buffer in between those. And when he did that, the outermost wall, this is something where I would really have to dig down and get pictures. Effectively, he had a load-bearing wall of the house that was not lined up with the foundation properly. And it was drywall. So when he finished and put things together, the drywall itself was bowing inward. So there's this phrase that has become like a secret handshake that I told you about before the stream, and it is called load-bearing drywall. So if you saw me on Twitter retweet something that just said load-bearing drywall, that's very much the secret handshake. And the thing is, past this, let me see. So I'm checking my notes again. So there's something else that he did with, God, how to describe this? This is kind of the part where I started writing down something. I'm like, can I somehow break this down?
I'm looking forward to the video essay on this, Geop. That this sounds like something that could actually do numbers on YouTube, because it's obviously something with internet history.
Oh, and yeah. There have been a few video essays, but it's like there's some digging people need to do through like the Wayback Machine.
And you're a very good storyteller. That you're keeping me engaged, certainly.
I feel like I'm rambling. I worry it's dry, so I don't know.
No,
let me see here.
And once you have your research done, that this really just sort of begs to be made into that type of video essay. So whether that's 3 months or 3 years down the line, whenever you have the time to do so, that just the way that you're talking about this, that you have that that level of expertise and also just interest that me as a listener, I'm already fascinated and all in on this story. I want to know how it ends, and it's clear that this is just a enormous spiraling of events. That have you seen Glass Onion, the Knives Out
Yes,
movie?
I have.
That
Mhm.
this very much seems
One
like
of the very
Miles
few movies
Braun.
I've seen in recent years. Yes.
That just using terms that you think you know that you don't actually know, and
Mhm.
well, at least Miles Braun in the Glass Onion, structurally, it's clear that he didn't make it himself. But
Yeah.
this
So there's
is a comedy of errors.
There was one other thing I was trying to. I thought I had a note here, but I left it off. He effectively had. God, this is the part where it's very confusing because he. I'm going to read this out, and this is probably not going to make sense because it's something that I need to do a picture of, honestly, because this is the word salad, and he gets the punchline at the very end. So if it glazes over, just wait for the punchline where he describes what he has here. And he's saying this very matter-of-factly, okay? Okay, so let me see. Where is this? Okay, so he's talking about doing some work on the roof line inside the kitchen. And he said, I placed a 2x6 above the existing joists in the attic, used 16D nails, yada, yada. Drove through into a new tripod 212 header. This is just structural, like headers being lateral load handling and things like that. So, but the thing is, he took out a whole bunch of joists and important structural features within the ceiling above his kitchen, and gosh, he's using something called hurricane straps, which we have a picture of that. I should actually just show you a picture of this to show what he's using to carry most of the load of a ceiling. There, that's a hurricane strap.
Oh,
So
no.
imagine everything affixed to the roof and the drywall is in a situation like this, where it could just rip this right out and fall down. So this is one of the things that I need to go through, because the way he described cutting things out of joists and inside the attic, it gets into a jumbling of sentences where he's shuffling around boards and stuff, and it's just like, what?
He is using the construction equivalent of duct tape.
Yes.
That this is
exactly.
Clearly, a strong joint. I assume it is supposed to be used to reinforce things against hurricanes, hence the name. And that the concept at play is probably, well, if I use enough duct tape, if I use enough of these hurricane joints, it should hold the thing that mathematically it says it's just fine.
But load-bearing they are not. No. So that is, let me see. Was that the main tech stuff I wanted to get into before we look through the pictures here? It might be. Yeah, and there was a Reddit thread where somebody had these pictures, and he described this situation very nicely, I think. He said, to add some context, what Grover did here is basically the equivalent of balancing a breeze block, which is a decorative block that's got like gaps cut into it. It's just basically a brick with air holes, He basically the equivalent of balancing a breeze block on top of a particularly sturdy house of cards and praying the result holds up over his head. Because, let me see, gosh, yeah, just that right there is just a whole can of worms I could spend time on, but it's bad. But the planning stages. Now, I know there's some masterful photoshopping
Yeah,
here.
I was glancing at that leftmost wall and thinking about what you were talking about earlier of houses being rendered.
This is the brilliant vision that he had for this home right here. You see the windows. You could see a little bit of a jaggy on the bottom left, the siding. That's nothing.
I
the
also
two
see what
garages.
seems to be a gap between
Which gap?
on the left side, the bottom of the house. I can't tell if that is a trick of just the angle that this picture was taken at, or the green gives way to brown, and it looks like there is a downward curve there.
Just a little bit. Now, I think to his credit, this is the addition right here, and this is the original part of the house.
Makes
So
sense.
everything right here, yeah. So this is just like before I start, here's Photoshop things. So instead, maybe a little bit of a diagram of this. Hang on a second. Where's my OBS window? Am I cropping anything off? No, I'm not. So this is a flow of the house.
I love that of all the things to be labeled, butler's pantry is the singular thing apart from a new wall that they don't need to label anything else, but the butler's pantry is very important.
There's also a little person outline I'm noticing here. So the load-bearing drywall, from my understanding, is this sucker right here, because he mentioned the bowing, and he also mentioned at one point he had trouble hanging things inside the kitchen.
That makes sense. You mentioned it was the separation between the two, and we have the addition old house line there. So, yeah, that would be
more
load-bearing
simplistically, imagine yourself walking through here. This place is like a maze. Like, look at this. There's this here. It curves around to go into this bathroom, I think. There's another bedroom here, another one here. It's very maze-like. It's not very good. And also there's the door into the garage is at a weird angle. This taper right here.
Yeah.
This is it's almost like a 60 to 65 degree angle or something like that.
Begs
Is
the
very
question, why is this not just a single straight wall? And I'm guessing it's because whatever that blue thing is in the garage, they felt very adamant about placing it there, and therefore the wall had to then taper over.
Input of professionals? No, nonsense. Anyway, HVAC. Ooh, buddy, look at this ventilation work. Masterful, ain't it? Got some.
I know nothing of HVAC. I know nothing of construction. This is all Latin to me, and one glance at this is terrifying.
Just stacking tubes, no big deal. This one looks like it's getting crushed by this brace right here.
Being held up by some type of fabric.
I was trying to figure out what this is. At first I thought it was plastic, not saran wrap, but it's like the plastic sheathing that you might get shipping on, but I don't think it is quite that. It is something that's probably not standard though.
Yeah, and then there's whatever that blue thing is in the middle.
Yeah, I actually don't know. Something electrical, I believe. So one thing here is also something else. Every picture you had of the house, it was always a mess. Like this is supposed to be a work area, but you see all this stuff here, which that's a little bit of a nitpick, and not too strange. Hey, there he is, blurred out, proud of his work. Now, okay, so this is construction from the unfortunate neighbor's side. There's a few of these where there's nothing too obvious.
Looking at that seems perfectly normal.
Big windows, don't worry about it. So here's the thing. After he put up the siding of his house, this is another infamous thing. He was so pleased with himself that he decided to have a barbecue to celebrate.
How nice.
You wonder what happened here? You want to take a guess?
Blew up, caught fire.
Melted. He had the grill right here and he was melting siding.
Oh, God.
It's a cavalcade of things, you know? It's like one of these things happening is something that like if your father
sounds like a
parent
Saturday
or something
cartoon.
Did one of these. Yeah, it's like if one of these things happened to one of your parents, it'd be like one of those family jokes they'd never live down. But there are so many of them.
But
they
just
keep going.
Stacking up.
Now, I'm not too sure of anything strange up here immediately, but yeah, just another miscellaneous shot. So there's something. I'm going to type an emote in chat. It's actually an homage to this. Hang on a second. Where is it? And it's a little party whistle thing. So this is Grover, probably in December when it's real swampy. But also, take a look at the back left corner. You see that shed?
Yeah.
You see that pipe coming out of it? Nobody knows. Nobody knows why it's doing that.
That's one of those things that it just blended in the background. Didn't notice it, but as soon as you see it, you can't unsee it.
I have no idea why it is there, but like as you can imagine, plumbing is one of the things Grover struggled with. So okay, nothing too strange.
That scaffolding looks dangerously unstable.
Just a little bit.
Just
a bit of it's a bit of what I call a mean lean, you know? It's got a little bit of a sassy lean to it. And this is just the window storage. This is where you see the aggregate of windows he's come to his ownership. Okay.
Why do I get the feeling that the reason for all the different windows is he just went to the window store and asked for everything they had on clearance?
I really wish I knew the story behind the windows, frankly. Like, if they were in unintuitive places, that's one thing, which we do have that later, don't worry. But, I mean, also, it's just, I don't understand what the rhyme or reason was. And this is several things that come up here. Like this right here, this is a SketchUp or a fabrication of how he wanted his kitchen to look. And this is something I'm very confused about. You see this guy right here?
Yeah, the light or the cabinet?
Right above the mic.
Ooh, uh-oh. Geop, you there? We're back.
Is it? Or?
Yep, we're back.
Okay.
Got disconnected for a second there. So the cabinet above the microwave.
Yeah. So I've actually got a question for you here, because when I was looking through this, I was very uncertain. This looks like it is staggered forward a bit, maybe, but maybe not. It looks like it's actually situated higher, actually, but this is a roof line. So I think this is okay. I think this is supposed to go up and couple with the roof, and this is supposed to have a gap in here, the top of the cabinet. So maybe some place to throw pans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I bring that up because in reality, this is what they had. And,
Huh.
Yeah. That was just something that stuck out to me when I was scrubbing through these. I was like, what the hell?
We also have the redundancy of the hanging lights.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. There's the can lights. There's the pendant lights. Oh, boy. The can lights. Hang on. Okay, garage. Yeah. Nothing too weird here, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Bathroom. Mm-hmm.
That's the most normal thing we've seen all day.
Not crazy about wood floor in a bathroom, but well, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay. So, this is actually an important photo. First of all, behold the roof line. A lot of lights. A shitload of lights.
Yeah.
Also the ventilation.
Just sort of in the middle.
Mm-hmm. So we'll actually come back to not this photo, but this actual room comes up in another infamous picture. Okay. So, yeah, nothing here. Oh, Flight Simulator has Grover House. I do love attention to detail. This is the front of the house. This is very infamous. There is the staggered garage, of course, because why wouldn't you stagger your garage?
Totally normal. Totally logical.
Yeah, actually,
of course.
Is that that's got to be in the SketchUp, right? Just gonna, yeah. Hang on.
Yeah,
it's there in the
there.
Okay, I was sort of like, wait. Yeah, I don't understand. This is one of those things. Is a head scratcher. It's like, why do that? Why not just have a double wide one? You know. But the pictures. So there's a couple others. That roof line with all the lights and the ventilation. Here we can see it in action. Let me trim this down a little. We're getting to the final few pictures of Grover House. Don't worry. A few little things here. First of all, if you're watching TV, all those lights, they're going to be right in your eye.
Yeah.
How about that TV stand compared to the TV size? TV's a little too big.
At least it's a flat screen that I'm not... Is it aesthetically pleasing? Not really. I'm not particularly worried about that table giving, though. It looks like a pretty sturdy table, I guess.
How about the subwoofer sitting on top of the receiver down here?
That's wonderful. That's just dandy.
It is so strange how many of these little things pop out when you put the guy under a microscope, you know?
Well, it had to go somewhere, so isn't it logical to have the speaker be right under the TV? Or, adjacent to the TV?
So this is another infamous angle. First things first. The minor one, the window is a little low. And also it's right opposite a stairway. So if something happens and somebody were to fall, it's right there. So that's one thing. The other, though...
We have an incomplete railing first off.
Oh, yeah, that.
And
can't get this OSHA certified, but
no.
There's house meat insulation in the stairs?
Yep. And an
for some reason
one ran out, I guess.
That's an air gap, of course.
And no chimney, I suppose, for the stockings.
Oh, no, we can't have that. Was this? Yeah, this is just another shot of the front. Hey. Wow. Beautiful.
Again,
beautiful.
Relatively unassuming from the outside. The staggered garage is quirky, but not something that you're necessarily gonna, like, if you're driving by on the street, you're not gonna turn your head and go, whoa. It's not that attention grabbing.
From what I've heard from Street View, whoever owns Grover House now, they gave it a facelift. They're like, oh no, people know about this place.
I should hope so.
So there was a time where people were like, oh, still looks weird. And then somebody looked later and they're like, oh, it had surgery. So he's moved on, I imagine. Let's see. Jay, could you give me just like a minute or so?
Yeah.
Just to powder my nose super fast?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got other things that we can look at if you'd like. Because I wasn't sure if we wanted to look at house stuff or anything or talk about other things or what have you.
I want to talk about whatever my guest wants to talk about, and that, especially for Grover House, you had mentioned it when we spoke earlier in the week, and I was like, all right, this is obviously a story, and that, like you said, you've done your research, so I'm really glad that we got to actually go through all that, because, like, that's your TED Talk, man. That's, for better or worse, you have done the research, and perhaps it's not 10,000 hours of expertise there, but you're very knowledgeable about this quirky bit of internet history, and that it certainly something I didn't know about. So I will let you powder your nose. I will vamp for time, and then we will see what chaos we can cause next.
Okay, I'll be back in just like a second or two, all right?
Yeah.
I'll mute myself. I'll be right back.
Well, for those of you who are tuning in, thank you so much. Geop will be right back, but I hope you all are enjoying so far. This is episode 123 of Vtuber Talk. I do these about once a week. I try to schedule around my guests so it's not particularly regular in terms of the timing for broadcasts, but I've had a lot of amazing folks on over what has now been 2.5 years, and my goal as a host is to just get my guests to talk about things that will get them to light up. So whether it be houses and Zillow, or whether it be a very niche anime or a mainstream anime that they really love, that I love hearing people talk about things that they are passionate about. And sometimes I get to jam about certain things if I am also interested or have knowledge about a certain topic. Other times I get to just sit back and get an education. So learning about Grover House, this is just, it's such niche stuff, but it's still so fascinating to me, and that's something that I really, really enjoy and that I get to always have as part of VTuber Talk. So hopefully you all are having a good day as well. If you're not following Geop for some crazy reason, please do be sure to do so. I'm going to give him another shout out right now. That's different. They are now... Put a time limit on it. That's odd. Anywho, hopefully you all are enjoying that. We also have Geop's link down in the channel panels if you are watching live, and they will be in the video description if you are watching the VOD on YouTube, and that VOD should be up hopefully within a week or two. I've fallen a bit behind, but actually am in the midst of catching up right now. I see some movement on your end, Geop. Welcome back.
I'm back. Thank you. Get something to drink. Sorry about that.
You're all good. So, one thing I know you're also interested in, and I'm curious if this has any relation to houses, or probably to your model to some degree, that you mentioned you enjoy geology. And that geology is certainly another one of those topics that I don't get to talk with guests about every week. And that geology in its own way can actually have relevance in terms of construction and other things, but I'm guessing that's probably not the initial interest that you had in it. So where does geology begin for you?
Well, the geosciences in particular tie into my username. I'm a geophysicist, so the username Geop is actually all the courses I had in college. They all had a prefix of Geop, so it'd be like Geop 101, Geop yada 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 yada.
I usually make a point to not ask my guests the inspiration for their name, but I just walked into that one by accident.
I mean, I'm pretty open about my my job type, and also it's kind of like the whole content creation stuff. I had the same name, and it's funny because in spite of me spelling it out, there are people who still think I'm a geographer or a geologist. And I'm very like, no. You're missing a letter on one of those.
So where did the interest for that field of study initially come from?
Well, frankly, I'd always collected rocks and minerals and gemstones since I was a wee baby rock elemental, if I may pull the curtain aside a little bit. But the thing is that I knew I was going to go into it. I was going to be geology. And then when I went into my university, I was talking to the advisor who was like, there was a whole freshman orientation thing where you effectively sign down on what you're going to do major wise. And I'm like, I want to do geology. I'm going to do geology. I go in there and I start talking to the fella, and the guy's like, okay, well, these are the two majors we do here. What do you want to do? Right? There was actually more than that, I think, but they were the only ones that I was interested in. And he mentioned geophysics, and I was like, what's that? And he's like, oh, you don't want that. It's a hard degree. And I'm like,
well, now it's a challenge.
Tell me more. And one of the things they told me that was kind of like a joke or a meme was they said, oh, well, they sometimes do like seismic surveying on land, and they will actually effectively make a depth charge and shoot it off. And I was like, I could explode shit in the ground? Sign me up. Although through the cruel twists of fate, when it got to the actual geophysics lab course, the one day we were going to do that, we had hardware malfunctions, so I never did get to explode anything in the dirt. Yeah, it was just like it all built toward this, like junior year. Let's go get to blow shit up.
And years for this.
Pretty much, it's like, well, that was a waste of time.
Nope, gotta go back and restart, new major. If you can't blow shit up, what was it all for?
But yeah, that's kind of tied into the whole rock form sort of thing. I was always very open about liking geology and geosciences. And when it came to the whole VTubing thing that I wanted to try, it was very much like, I don't want to be an anime boy. That'd be weird.
Yeah,
and that kind of...
I can definitely say you are the first rock or rock elemental, for that matter, that I've had on the show.
Yeah, I think there's been I was curious and dug around at one time. There've been I think one, maybe two other rock ones, but they were kind of like shit posts, I think.
Then again,
if they ever hear this, I apologize. But again, it's like that's what it read as.
But rock VTubers now are actually having their day. That one of the new HoloLive girls is a rock. That's the whole thing. Yeah. So, congratulations, your design is now in vogue.
Yeah, I saw it. She wanted all of her followers to have a certain design. I looked at it, I'm like, that looks just like me. Dang it. Stay in your lane, lady.
That she calls her followers the Pebbles, and that she's even had streams where she's invited people to decorate their own, template of a little rock, which is not the exact size and shape of yours, but it's a rock, and that's now her thing. That Koseki Biju of HoloLive English Tempest, I believe, is the subtitle for that new group. But yeah, now at the very least, you can say that not just that you're not the only one, but also like, hey, the big leagues have done it. HoloLive has done it. They understand. They get why rock VTubers are so cool.
They're coming. I swear to God. I swear. There's going to be severals of us. Just you wait.
Perhaps even dozens one day.
No, that's crazy talk. Ooh. Sorry, got a frog in my throat. How'd that get there? Ooh.
I remember when I was younger, I also like rocks of just, finding a chunk of quartz in the backyard or something, or, if you're on the beach and find a particularly shiny shell or neat looking rock that, I think it's a relatively universal thing that when you're a small child and, even adults, that shiny things are intriguing. People like shiny things. And the geodes always have something of almost a mystical allure to them of just, it's a plain rock on the outside, but, you crack it open and then it's all these shimmering colored gems, and that you have very much incorporated that not just into your design, but you have it here in the background. Do you recall having any particular rocks growing up that you mentioned that this interest is something that goes pretty far back? Were there any that you either found, got, bought, were gifted that were just very precious to you for sentimental reasons?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I got an entire closet full of things that I've owned over the years. Some of them are just varying degrees of worth. I'd never sell them, but it's like they're kind of all over the map. I've got one that was like a gift from my grandfather that was just like this piece of white coral. And it wasn't very interesting, but I got it from him like maybe like a year before he died. And I was a little kiddo at the time, so I've just got that tucked away somewhere.
Because white coral is unfortunately not a rarity. White coral is just, that's what happens when the coral dies. That's bleaching.
Yeah. And he just found it in his garden. He was a big gardener, and I was like, hey, cool. Did it come from around there? I don't know. It could have just come from
anywhere near the shore?
He did, yeah. But it's sort of like he could have just gotten that soil from somewhere far flung elsewhere. But it was just like, I don't even know how much thought he put into it. But he just sort of like, he just told my father, hey, give this to your kiddo. He likes rocks, right?
It's a rock of a sort.
Yeah. So I've got that. All the badges on my channel are actually gemstones. And the one that I've got that's the fanciest, it's a year badge, and it's kind of like I've written myself into a corner because it's my favorite gemstone, and it's one that I've got in my hall closet, and is actually watermelon tourmaline. And it's pretty. I think that was probably like, if I could tie back to a singular gemstone that set me down my career path and path in life, it'd have to be that, hands down. Like there was like a very particular series of books, and they had wonderful pictures. And it was in there. It was like the shape of like, it was almost like a shape of a leaf somebody'd cut it into. I took actually a picture of the series. It's probably a cover series that most folks would be familiar with. Do I still have it on my phone? Hang on.
I remember there being some like geology book series that you would see at the Scholastic book fairs. Can't remember the title for the life of me, but yeah, I'm guessing that's it. And just doing a quick search on watermelon tourmaline online, I can see why it got its name, that it has a green exterior and then it gives way to this pinkish interior. So very much reminiscent of watermelon, and that it's very pretty. That is this something that you first became aware of from this book, I'm guessing? And
yeah. Like the book series I found was called Eyewitness Handbooks.
I remember the Eyewitness series, yes.
Yeah, so there was one in particular. I feel like I pulled up a PDF not too long ago, and just from the revisions and stuff, I don't think the one that I know of is still around, but it was one of those. That's why I was like a little bitty kid when I saw this, so it was just kind of like the whole collect shiny thing, part of the brain that's almost like part of a grackle or something lit up, and it's like, oh, there we go. So.
Have you actually gotten any watermelon tourmaline that you actually have in your possession? Because I imagine it's not a particularly common thing, that this isn't going to be quartz or something that you just find about, but is this a more expensive precious stone, or is it something that
it's definitely precious. I've got one in my hall closet that's rough. Well, it's not totally rough. It's actually smoothed down, so it was inside of some sort of a refinement process at some point, and it's probably not worth a darn thing. It's about the size of a marble, and it's just a round sphere of relatively opaque watermelon tourmaline. And that's kind of interesting because I hadn't thought about this in a while, geez. So the place I bought that, there was when I was growing up, there was this shop run by this old fella, and his wife was big on collecting rocks and minerals. She had passed, and he was, I believe, the writing was on the wall for him. So what he was going to do was he had all of her collection in the house, and he was selling it gradually, and whatever was left when he passed was going to get dedicated to a nearby university. And for about 6 months, every couple of weekends, I go in there, while my parents would take me, I'd skitter around, and if there was one I could find, I'd, go with it. And he was pretty practically giving the stuff away because the pricing. Like he had a block of white opal that was like incredibly expensive precious stone. And I was thinking about the price that he quoted at the time, and it was ridiculous. But the funny thing is that my father never went and met the guy. It was just my mother. And my father, when he saw the guy's name in the obituary when he passed, he said, "Oh shit, that was one of my father's classmates in college." So like this guy in the city several hundred miles away from where my grandfather lived that happened to pass away, this guy was like a classmate of my grandfather's. And it was always just the weirdest thing to find out. And I'm just like, well, dang, Dad, if you went and met him, you probably could have found out some interesting stuff.
So what was the shop normally that did? Was it sort of a nature shop that would sell rocks normally, or was this?
It was just some dude's house.
Oh, okay,
like
so
he just had all the stuff inside there.
Okay, so this wasn't actually a shop under normal circumstances, that he was just selling the remnants of his wife's collection.
Pretty much. Like the house, I don't even think he actually lived in the house. It was right in the middle of a residential area, and there was just so many rocks and minerals and things everywhere. But yeah, he was just offloading them gradually, and just, it all went off to the nearby university. So yeah, I haven't thought about that in a while. Jeez.
Hey, that means I've done something right as a host. if I'm able to...
I'm glad I haven't forgotten that tidbit.
Yeah. I guess, I'm not usually making it as a pun when I say I'm digging up stories, but here we are.
Yeah, there we go. Hey. But yeah, the long and short of it is, I've definitely got a number of sentimental ones that I have.
Are there any rocks or types of rocks that you are looking actively to add to your collection, or is it more of a passive collection that if you stumble across something that catches your interest, that, if it's a good price, then maybe you'll pick it up or something? But is there anything that you have your eye on, perhaps?
I hadn't actually bought anything in a long time, because I think I got to the point to where I was satisfied with what I had, for lack of a better word.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, things still catch my eye. Don't get me wrong, but the same part of my brain doesn't light up of, ooh, I've got to have that. I can just appreciate it, And like, I've got some really sentimental ones, and past that, it's kind of like, you know what? I think I've got enough.
Do you know what the oldest rock you have in your collection is? And when I say oldest here, I mean the one that you've had for the longest in your possession.
Ooh. That would probably be some snowflake obsidian. There's a very particular one I can think of that came with a kit. Obsidian is just like a black volcanic glass, and snowflake obsidian has little flecks inside it from impurities. So it's like it's a bit of an offset from obsidian. And that's the one that I remember, because I haven't looked at that in probably, an incredibly long time, but I can still, immediately think of the shape and everything and the colors. It's fantastic. That would have to be my oldest one, actually. Never thought about that. Good question.
I actually just pulled in.
I've got a shitload of rocks, let me tell you, buddy.
I've just pulled in an image of snowflake obsidian from online just to have as reference. I'll just toss it right over there. And we have, like you said, it's mostly black, but it has these little imperfections that, they are white, hence snowflake.
Hence the namesake.
And about how big is that one? Is that, small pebble? Is it size of fist, bigger?
how to equate that? I'd say across, it's probably about the size of a quarter. Width, it's almost not quite a cylinder, kind of like a squish cylinder, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not too big though.
What's the largest piece that you have in your collection?
I stay pretty conservative on sizes. The largest that I've got is probably a piece of labradorite. Let me actually... I believe... I haven't typed this out. It should just be phonetic. Yeah.
I just searched it.
Yeah, I've got a big one that I've got as effectively like a paperweight of sorts on my desk. That's got to be the biggest. It's about the size of a softball. Because, you know, the price of things gets exponentially steep, you know?
Yeah.
It's very much like, I can't get too big on these.
And it's certainly going to be a lot easier to just store things if they are smaller. So I appreciate the practicality of, okay, if we're going to make this collection, that it is going to be just a couple of smaller pieces here and there, but that's neat. Do you have an estimate of how many individual pieces that you have?
Ooh. I hadn't actually thought about that. It's got to be like a couple hundred.
Do you have them arranged or displayed or stored in a particular fashion, or is it just everything thrown into a large box?
I've got them sorted by particular containers, actually. Like there is, it's sort of like I have particular memories of when I used a container for storage stuff. And then I'd say this one got too big, so I would get something else to store them in. There are all sorts of various things. Like one of them's like this particularly high quality looking cardboard box that probably came with like a fragrance my mother got at some point. And it's just like, I've got a bunch of them tucked away in there, a bunch of things like that, you know,
but
just
it's
a whole
not done by
mishmash.
type, it's done almost by era.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like I unintentionally did that. Like I've got one that's like in this cheap ass little plastic toolbox that I've got my the core I mentioned, that's tucked away in there. So like I could find that in a heartbeat if I needed to. Unintentionally well sorted. Wow.
Have you gotten one to act as a physical representation of yourself? Of just, you know, that your model as a rock?
Actually, no. The model itself, to veer off to a different topic, that was kind of a bit of an interesting organic thing to land on. So I know you said you don't always ask about the model stuff.
I said I rarely go out of my way to ask about it, but if we stumble across it,
gotcha.
that's just fine.
So this is something I mentioned on like the debut when I brought these out, and I've actually got to dig up that VOD. There was something I was going to cut out of it and then repost on YouTube. So at first it was going to just be this dude on the left that you see right here. We had a rough design of this character over here, and it's kind of a reference to an old video series type thing, Let's Play stuff. It doesn't matter too much really, but it's kind of like a little bit of a nod to that. And for a time, I was talking to one of my dear friends, Yo or Yokai. They're an artist, and I kind of said to them at one point, hey, I kind of want to do this thing. And, you know, this is before I started the streaming thing, and I was already planning on like a VTubing thing. And I said, I have this general idea for a character. Could I get you to draw this? I will pay you everything, whatever you need. Time is totally cool, no rush or anything. And they said, okay, cool. So we were going around and just kind of workshopping how to do the model and stuff. And eventually they got around to doing like a quick sketch. And I had a loose idea for eyes. And the thing is, I needed some presentation, but it's like I could not decide on what to do with eyes. And this is actually kind of a bit of a goof here. I said to them, I have a very fuzzy picture in my brain. Are you very artistically minded, if you don't mind my asking?
I am good at many things. Art is not one of them. I have some friends that are very talented. I know some basics in terms of terminology for art. Try me, but odds are I'm artistically minded that I can envision things very easily. Am I able to create art? No.
So like we might be coming from this from the same angle. I had a picture in my mind, but it was almost like it's almost like when you see something in the periphery of your vision. You can barely make something out, but you know something's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where my brain was at with the eye thing. And I was like, okay, I think it'll come together. And I kind of loosely described where to situate the eyes and stuff. And they did a sketch and sent it to me. And I went to Photoshop and I moved the eyes around. And I was like, man, these all look bad. It's not, my friend artist is fantastic. They're incredible. But like what came out, I'm just like, man, my brain is messing with me. To give you an idea, whereas watch the 3D model. I will show you what this looked like. This is something I had as a goof very recently. What I saw was effectively this, and I was like, oh no. Oh no. So I was just like, no. The eyes were a little smaller, I think. And I told them to give the eyes a little bit of a tiny bit of an oval squish, to like there's a squish on the side, so they're a little tall. And they had a bunch of positions with them, and I was like, man, he looks like Mayor McCheese. I can't do this.
No.
So at the time, there was like a Dark Souls face rig model floating around on Steam. Face rig has gone the way of the dodo. And this is a model someone made, I want to say, like in 2015 or 2016.
Yeah, face rig is kind of an ancestor to live 2D, or at the very least, VTubing tech.
Mm-hmm. So there was a model, and I was like, you know what? I will use that model. I used it as a throwaway joke in like a Let's Play thing at one point. And eyes belong on a bloomin' onion. Don't call him bloomin' onion. Don't. That's heresy. But the thing is I said, okay, I'm gonna make do with this model that I did as a joke. And I found that model was made on such an old export that you could not even use it in VTube Studio. You could only use it in Face Rig.
Oh, geez.
And Face Rig, like probably a couple weeks earlier, said, you know what? We're going to be changing to a new service. And you know what? Those old proprietary exports that you were using for your models, they're not going to be...
Not compatible anymore.
Yeah. So it was like effectively the thing that was working maybe a month or so earlier, it was impossible now.
Just completely unviable.
Yeah. So what I did was there's something called a texture atlas with these files. It's effectively a PNG with all the Photoshop labels jumbled around like crazy. So what I did was I just took that, I stitched it together, gave it extremely basic rigging just for mouth movement. And I was like, this is good enough. I'll figure something out with with the eyes and the night model, and we'll go from there. I was just like, it's been a few months. It's about like July-ish, 2022. And I was like, I've been doing the just voice off in the void since about March. And I was like, I really want to start doing VTubing stuff. So I'm like, I'm just going to do this. And I was talking with them before I announced it on Twitter. And I was just like, man, I don't know. This just doesn't feel right to me. And I was just sort of like, I was making a joke that because people knew me about geology, geophysics, I said, as soon as I mention this on Twitter, that I say I'm going to be doing a VTubing debut, people are going to say, oh, you're probably going to be a rock or something, right? And I was joking with them about that, saying that's probably going to be the first thing that's going to happen. I post on Twitter, sure enough, within a couple seconds, somebody says, it's got to be a rock, right?
And then it's just, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What if I just give the people
like,
what they want?
Well, I mean, I was sitting there just kind of like, oh, God, maybe going with the night's not a good idea. And at this point, I pretty much had relieved Yokai of doing the model stuff until I figured something out. And they said, you want me to draw you a rock? And I sat there for a moment and I said to them, okay, you know the game Kirby? You're familiar, I assume, with Kirby games?
I adore Kirby, and now I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I said to them, could you draw a rock, but make it look like Kirby's rock form? And of course, I knew it when I said this, the Yokai's got to be the biggest fan of Kirby I know, period. Like, has to be. Literally, within about an hour, they drew and textured this rock and everything, and they drew these eyes. There's a few other eyes that I can pull out if need be. But the default, ooh, the default works so good. What was this one? Oh, yeah. They did a whole bunch of these. This was also, I haven't used this one in a while. Bit of a Wind Waker thing. It's a long story.
Oh, I can see that, yeah.
But anyway, whoop, gotta undo these. Yeah. Ooh, there we go. But yeah, it was entirely modeled after just Kirby, and I started going through with the streaming stuff, and then something I thought was interesting was I was looking at how to do rigging stuff, because I rigged the eyes on the rock myself, and I was looking through guides, and there was always these sections talking about doing mouths and all these facial things, and I was just like, boy, I'm really cheating the system here. It's like, I'm just going to do the eyes. That's it.
The Hello Kitty route.
Mm-hmm. It works. I mean, it works. Eventually, a human form eventually, but I did just enough. I did just enough live 2D to realize, you know what? I'm not going to do a Grover. I'm going to pay someone to do this.
I like that Grover is now a term.
Yeah, I got to tie it back to that, of course. Pardon me. Ooh. I guess that's kind of the over-under on the rig thing.
Now, looking at your background, one thing that has sort of occurred to me as I've been just watching it for the show, all right, you have these different rocks in the background, you have the sort of library aesthetic that you have here. The one thing that just stands out to me, which I'm very curious about, was this something that you asked for? Was it something that just got included and you liked it? Why balloons? That of all the things here, everything fits except for the balloons.
This kind of ties into something that, not a creed, but a thought style I went into inside of VTubing. And it's something that folks say a lot of time, is to not spend bonkers amount of money on rigs and things like that. And there's a lot of assets out there. This background is by an artist on Booth, which is a...
okay, so this wasn't custom made in that you found something that had lots of rocks, and okay, it happens to have balloons,
there is a fantastic artist, and I've bought all of their backgrounds. Whenever they make one, I buy it, and I use it. And this is one they made. They put up probably about a week, less than a week ago, honestly.
Oh, so this is
the
a new
balloons
one.
thing is... this is brand new. The fact that it was rocks and minerals and gems, I was like, shit.
I legitimately thought that this was something that you had commissioned, and because everything here fits in terms of the general theming and aesthetic, and I was like, okay, I guess balloons in the background sort of adds a bit of motion to it that I wasn't expecting anything particularly deep, but I was like, well, might as well ask. You never know if there's going to be something there. I didn't expect you to say, oh, this is a stock model I bought a week ago.
Yeah, it is. Which it's interesting because the whole puppet thing, I've got a whole bunch of models that I have as like jokes or throwaways. Some of them are things I've commissioned, but others are things that people put on Twitter under VTuber Assets tag, and nobody really touches them. So, I mean, in fact, maybe a bit of a demonstration. Oh boy. Several of these. Let me see. I usually pull out some of these on the housing nights. Like I'll have like an extra instance of the program running, and I'll just grab them. This one's got hotkeys for sitting, standing, neck stuff. What was this one? Oh, this is like for turning. If it does little steppies when it turns. There's one that's just
Big Bill.
This whole was it the Miss Piggy meme or whatever? Let me do the like. Do I do it for you? I forget what the hell it was. You know what I'm talking about. There was this, just a tongue. I don't know.
The classic blep.
And just a bit of a head bob. It works great.
Booth is a fantastic resource for VTubers that whether you're looking for 2D, 3D, other assets, a more recent thing, VGen, is quickly establishing itself as one of the go-to places if you're looking for custom assets. That
I forgot I had one of these. Oh God, should I pull this out? It's safe for work, but I mean,
sure.
It upsets something.
Oh, this.
I won't pull it up anymore.
This.
You've seen this?
I can't remember who I saw this with. That, you know, the default I want to say is VTubers I love, because the whole thing is, you know, they like feet. But I don't think it was them, and I can't remember who I saw it with. Oh, a nice Mimikyu.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of these. Gosh. Oh, this one is a favorite. Hey. Don't ask. They didn't rig the mouth very well, regrettably. So they're just kind of talking through his...
the teeth, man.
I actually got this just in time for the Left 4... Or not the Left 4 Dead. The, what is it? The multiplayer game that he was inside
I know
of.
exactly what you're talking about. And
I was just like, oh... So like the very next housing stream, I pulled this out, and people were just like, oh, God.
Gotta steal the Declaration of Independence.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. What were there? I've got several here. Gosh. Pumpkin. There was this. This was... If you're big on Final Fantasy 14, I mean, this one could stand out. Maybe.
I never actually played Final Fantasy 14. I have a lot of friends and past guests that did have those, so I'm sure that... Oh, thank you, Belaphon. Dead by Daylight. That was the one.
That's
that
the one.
Nick
Yeah. Let me see. There were several. Just a big
nice
Korok.
Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, I've got all of these. I've got all of the I've got all of the sources and stuff on like some page on the show notes on my channel, because I know that a lot of these are free, and I also want to make sure folks can find these if they want to use them for whether it be full time or just dubious reasons. Oh God, the roast chicken. I'm not going to show the roast chicken one, because even though it's just chicken, it is a little saucy. I'll leave it at that. It was something that Brian Sui, who's with Iron Vertex, he posted on Twitter
Papa
as a
Brian.
joke. Yeah. He sometimes puts some good shit posts up on Twitter, and I saw it.
I think I've seen that. I remember seeing that, because that was just a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Oh, the chicken one was a while ago, actually. He did another shitpost one that was fantastic, dealing with like a mouth rigging, I think, or finger rigging. That video is hilarious.
Yeah, it's just, Brian Sui, one of the people I would say at this point in time, arguably one of the biggest names in live 2D rigging in the West. And
absolutely. Absolutely.
If you are going to have those godlike powers, why not create an abomination every now and again?
I really appreciate how he experiments with things. Kind of like, well, should I try this stuff out by doing this, very, very complicated model? Like, no, I'm just gonna do like a catfish mouth situation. I don't know.
That's that you can find him rigging every so often, and that yes, he usually does tend towards the more absurd. That most of what he does in terms of his commission work, he works on in private, understandably so, but that he does allow himself to do some public streams, and that since he's probably not going to be working on a commission, he's got to find something to work on, and it makes sense that that's when he allows himself to lean into the more absurd concepts, the more exploratory ones, shall we say.
Thinking outside the box, as it were,
He's attempting science, that if you're going to stay at the top of your game, if you're going to continue pushing an industry, you need to try some things that people would consider unnatural.
Oh yeah, it's interesting what they can do with the software. I mean, I learned just enough to know I don't want anything else to do with the application outside of like maybe occasionally doing something with the rock form here. Like if Yokai sends me like a Photoshop file with new eyes, I know how to rig those and slap them on and stuff. Past that, because like it's very subtle, but one of the nastiest things I feel when it may be a little subtle. I have to really goose this up a lot. There's a very slight bounce to the eye when the blink happens.
Some people love the eye bounce. That I know riggers and designers, that will make the bounciest eyes you've ever seen. That's just part of their style. Other people like them to be a bit more static, and that yours definitely is on the more minimal side, but it's still non-zero.
Yeah, there's an entire like physics UI window. Oh my god. It is so impossibly complex to understand. I followed a video on YouTube and I was like, okay,
it's so
I
fascinating.
think I'm good.
How
It is
this software
insane.
just, it's like its own language, and that, at
It
least to my
is.
understanding, structurally, it hasn't had too many major overhauls. That
It hasn't,
the
no.
laws of reality, the laws of physics as they exist in Live 2D are much the same now, conceptually, in terms of what the program is capable of compared to what it was at release. And it's just,
Yeah.
the past several years, it has been the progression of science. Literally,
Yeah.
seeing people learning how to use the laws of reality in this program, and just literally pushing boundaries that for a very long time you could only have people leaning, or that the turn radius for someone's head could only be something like 45 degrees, maybe 90.
There's
if
like
you were
some
really
insane 3/4 rigging I've heard about.
good. I've seen as far as just under 180 at this point. That a lot of
Holy
it has
crap.
to do with how you get the art layered, from what I understand. That
Yeah.
it's a combination of factors, so it's not just how you're toggling these different settings, but also from the artist side of how you are getting different aspects and angles and actually having the assets that can be turned to those degrees. But it's been seeing just that progression and innovation in real time at such a rapid rate, because I've said many times, 2 years ago, we could not imagine what we have now in VTubing in terms of tech, in terms of models, in terms of plugins, other capabilities, and we cannot right now imagine what we will have in 2 years, because it is just growing and changing so fast. But in the case of Live 2D, that's one of the really interesting parts, that part of what we can't imagine today has to do with technology that hasn't been developed, or a program that, even if the base technology exists, we haven't thought of a particular application of it yet. But Live 2D is this really interesting thing where it all exists, and it's just people have had to figure out how to make it happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know that some people take umbrage with the subscription model, particularly because, like you said, there hasn't been too much. I mean, there's development, but it's kind of like bug fixes, maybe a little thing here and there. And I mean, like, I remember when I was learning it, there was missteps I was making, and the software that I work with for my 9 to 5, a lot of it is not written by native English speakers. So there'll be times where you'll sit there and you'll have to read the error message, and it may be telling you exactly what it should, but you'll sit there and you'll be like, what does this mean? You find out the cause behind it, and you're like, oh, it was trying to say this. And there's a lot of that within the application, where you just have to sit there and look at it. If you have a new error, you'll be probably like, well,
And try
I'm
to
probably going to be stuck with this
translate
for a
the
while.
error.
Yeah. And to its credit, the errors I saw were accurate, but on the other hand, it was just like, God almighty. Plus the whole UI has like this very, there is a feel, or almost like a texture to it, that makes me think of like early aughts. I want to think of like programs out of Japan that you may have seen like translated to English, but from like the early 2000s. Like the text, the kerning, the buttons, everything. You look at it and you're like,
Think
man,
of
this is old.
early retro games, like games on the NES, early ones on the Game Boy.
I mean, just like the computer interface and stuff. It's just like, you look at that, you're like, man, just everything about this is old.
But that we've had these innovations, and that I think it's smart that you educate yourself at least enough to have some rudimentary knowledge that, all right, you can import a new asset and at least hook it up to the existing model and rig, and that probably saves you a lot of time. But I've also seen others that there are VTubers that they went the Grover route, but were smart about it, that They saw the price of rigging and said, well, I don't really have that type of money lying around, so I'm going to learn to rig myself. And that they did so, and that it takes time. But I've seen people who started with that continue to rig their own models, and you can see their growth over time. I've seen other people that started rigging their own model because they didn't want to have to pay or wait for a rigger to take care of it, and now are full-time riggers themselves because they got good at it, and then they started doing it for friends, and then people wanted to commission them, and then it spiraled, and suddenly they had too many commissions, and that that either became part of their content. I've seen people wind down VTubing activities in order to wind up more commission time, more rigging time, because in some ways being a rigger is a more perhaps steady paycheck than being a content creator.
Yeah. I mean, it's very much like it's a what's the exact phrasing? I was thinking of housing stuff from a number of years ago where they said it's a seller's market, and the seller in this case is just the person offering the services for that.
Yeah.
But it's very much like all the good ones, the really good ones, they tend to have a massive queue.
The
Not all of them, but most of them, and they can justify those prices.
Yeah, that your Iron Vertexes, your 7Ms that are going to be dealing with a lot of corporate clients, and that if you are somehow able to get the time of day from them, you will be paying for it, and you will get what you pay for. It is going to be incredibly good, but like you were talking about earlier, that fortunately, the common sense, I would like to call it, of just, if you're just starting out, don't consult Iron Vertex. If you're just starting out, don't spend $1,000 on your rig. Start as a PNG or start as something simple. That if you want to try and learn how to do some live 2D and really, really save your money, you can. That there's certainly now more than ever a lot of tutorials, both in English and Japanese, that if you rewind the clocks 2.5 years, most of those tutorials are going to be in Japanese, and you're going to have to try and muddle your way through it. But now there's a lot of material out there, so anyone can learn it. But there's also just people that will be able to do cheaper and lower quality, but low quality rigging does not mean poor rigging. It just means simpler rigging. And
exactly,
that's still viable.
I was thinking because, just from how little the software has changed, I mean, the rigging that I used, who was it? There were a couple of folks I used for a point of reference. One was Grape. I know you had her on here some time ago.
Yeah.
She had some older videos I used.
Ooh, Grape must have been... Oh, Skyheart
Streams. Pretty early on.
Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Hype Raid. Welcome on in, folks. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm Jay. I'm talking with Geop. We were talking everything from Zillow, interior design, architecture, geology. We were actually just talking about some VTuber rigging. So, Skyheart, hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good day. Thank you so much for raiding in. And if you need to get some food, get some rest, please take care of yourself. But if you want to hang around, that Geop and I are just talking, like I said, about some rigging, and that you were mentioning that you used Grape as a point of reference, and that she was on the show. Goodness, she must have been like episode 30, 40-ish. That it's probably been 2 years, and that she is still around. She's still rigging, and she's one of those people that, like I mentioned,
she's incredible at it. Yeah, she's doing the rigging for Girls FC while working on her masters, I believe, as well, and streaming. It's just kind of like, oh, that's a lot of plates to spin.
Yes,
but yeah, it's her, and there was one other person I was thinking of. I cannot recall her name. It was very much an Eastern European accent. I remember I used her for the visual eye bounce. And there was one other who had a tutorial series that worked pretty well, and that was Dream Trove, I think.
I'm something not familiar like that. With Dream Trove.
She I think she retired from VTubing even by the time I found her videos, but she was like a go-to tutorial. She rigged kind of like a model that was simpler, kind of like a Mario style representation of her character.
I just looked her up, and the first thing I thought of when I saw that model was like, almost looks like Princess Peach, but not quite.
Yeah. And that was kind of like what I used for very basic, because I think the main thing I struggled with was the arcing on the eyes. The most time I spent rigging as simple as it sounds, I was going through a lot of learning stuff, and the eyes on this, the way they close, because the whole thing is that there's three parts. There's the bottom of the eye, there's the top of the eye, and there's that vertical arc to the side. And I had trouble negotiating with that to make it look believable, so I could squint like smooth. This. Yeah, and it kind of look still kind of okay, but there's also a bit of a fade out that I tried to hide. And it's also past a point, it is something that in typical blinking, you're not going to see that range. But, I was trying to learn it, It was just an excuse to hyper fixate on that.
Well, I think it's I used quite cleanly that I know just enough about Live 2D to know that I don't want to go down that path. It helps that I am not a VTuber myself. I have continued to be that disembodied voice. But if I were to ever become a VTuber, that I would pay someone to do that. And I have so much respect for people who have learned this craft because, like I was saying, it's really pioneered space here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, I remember somebody saying it not too long after I finished things up. They said, it's good experience for people to learn how to do or even attempt rigging, just to have an idea of how it is and how intensive it is, because some people balk at, price tags and stuff. And it's kind of like the whole thing of thinking that everybody should work retail, just so to treat them like human beings. Mm-hmm. Kind of the same idea, I feel, it's something you should experience to be like, okay, this is why it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Because for some people, it may end up being more than the actual physical art itself.
Yeah, depending.
So, but boy, oof.
When it comes
there's some folks, go ahead.
Oh, you were talking earlier about eye bounce. And when I think of eye bounce, I think of Brie at Cookie Box. That she does some very intense eye bounce, and that's I don't know if I would necessarily call it a trademark, but it's something that she very much enjoys doing on the models that she works on.
I see. Not familiar with them. I'll have to look them up later. But yeah, it's I remember it's funny because I was telling Yokai, my artist, that I was very spoiled just because, with all the tutorials they were talking about all these things with eyes and mouths and stuff, and the pupils and the irises and stuff like that. And I'm just like, you know what? I just got to focus on this little part right here. Okay, this next tutorial, we're going to talk about how to do cheek puffing or how to make your scleroflex or whatever. It's kind of like, no, I don't got to worry about that. I got my part, I'm done.
Yeah, it helps that yours is just the flat black, that you're not having to worry about different layers, you're not having to worry about an iris and all the different parts. So
definitely.
It ends up being a little bit easier. Also, Sekilia, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in.
But yeah, I mean, I had things in mind for a human form, but it's kind of like I'm still shopping around. There's the whole art thing once again. There's that whole periphery idea. I've seen a few artists who have styles I really like, but there's various things in the way before I can contact them. It's kind of a mix. It's there's three of them I'm looking at right now, and it's one of them was oh my God, please. And then it turns out it's oh wait, this is the kind of person that if you want something to be done by them, you have to know somebody. I saw one of their models out of context on a video demonstrating rigging prices and stuff. And they're hey, did somebody's model? I rigged it. Here's what her model looked like. I'm like, oh my God, that's gorgeous. And then I look her up and I'm oh, she's done models for incredibly high profile people. And there's nothing in the way of contact info. So I'm oh.
Yeah,
maybe
there is a subset of folks that just, when you start working at that higher echelon, that it's simply not practical, that you're not going to list a contact thing, and that that you can follow those folks, and that maybe on occasion they might post and say, I'm going to have 2 open slots, and here's an application, and I will select the ones that I am interested in. It's not going to be the first to respond. It will be if there's a project that I want to take, that when you get to a high level of craftsmanship in any discipline, that you get to have that type of selection.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's not her, but it's like with Dia Riku does all a lot of high-end people. Like I think she did Neanners and Aethel and stuff like that. She's done several, but sort of like, no, she doesn't need to publicize her info.
No.
She's also got a line out the door, I'm sure.
Yes.
But yeah, it was like another one who is, maybe I could approach them at some point. They're kind of at a flux, and there's another who's just like, they're trying to get comfortable with modeling, and they may start doing that. And I'm like, oh, maybe. But it's just one of those things. There's like an aesthetic or a vision in mind. It's just like, don't know what I'm looking for exactly, but.
And that you, I am guessing, are very much not looking for the more stereotypical anime look that a lot of artists are going to have, and that there's nothing wrong with that aesthetic, certainly, but that your interests are going to be a bit more niche, at least in terms of market offerings.
I kind of feel like that. It's still going to be probably kind of anime-ish, but I feel like this is going to sound like a silly thing, I realize, but it's just a lot of the humanoid models that I've seen who tend to be male presenting, they look very, very young, way too young. And there's just something about that just makes me go, eh. And it's not like I'm talking about an old man. I just mean like also the face, the jawline is always a bit too sharp and pointy. And it's just sort of like, no. So it's like, I mentioned to you the other day, a game that I liked a lot, Nier 2010.
Yes.
There is a protagonist that was from the US release. That guy is pretty much what I'd be leaning toward. Like he's just, built like a brick shithouse, but like I've done powerlifting and strongman shit for a while. I think it'd fit okay. I don't know. But that's kind of where my headspace is at. It's just kind of like a general aesthetic or design that I'm after at this point. But yeah, probably just like an older fella, it seems. But
trying to look him up right now. You said so it was the protagonist from the 2010 Nier?
Yeah, because it's like there were two presentations or representations. There was the Japanese release where it's like this relatively teenage type fella. The other is older, and he's supposed to be the father of the girl. It's like in one, the Japanese one, and also the re-release, you play as like her older brother. But in the one that we got in the States way back when, you're playing as her father. And just a lot of people were upset when we got the re-release because he was not included in it. It's like a totally different vibe, story, not really story, but the way it's presented and stuff. It just hits so much nicer. Yeah, Papa Nier, exactly. But that's something I'd like to go toward. The only thing I'm concerned about is if somebody actually snatches that up, but they haven't yet. I don't know. But that's kind of the thing, is just like the facial structure. There's something particular. I've shopped around on VGen so much, and also elsewhere. It's just like the few times somebody's ticked all the boxes, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the one.
That they're
very few.
That when you find someone that is to your liking, that they are higher profile and harder to commission.
Yeah, the front runner one I've pretty much ruled out, but it was nice to see that she was the first one I came across that made me go, oh, okay, there are people who are, I don't know what I'm looking for totally, but there are people that are making me go, ooh, yeah.
Yeah, and that, if nothing else, you can use that as sort of a point of reference.
Yeah, because it's kind of like when you're window shopping for something that you don't know what you're after, but you're window shopping, and past a point you're like, am I supposed to feel something from this? And just, it was nice to have somebody to go, okay. So they're out there.
That for me, I haven't commissioned many things. The only things I've actually commissioned for Vtuber Talk is the logo and the intro theme. The intro theme I got for the second anniversary, the logo was for the first. And each time I approached the artist with very little direction. That for the logo, which is done by EROS, who's a past guest of mine, there is a link for her down in the panels. I keep that one there perpetually. That I just said, I'm looking for something that is relatively clean and professional. I don't have much in the way of any branding. I know I don't want the color bars for the logo.
Mhm.
I want it to be something that's sort of simple. Like I said, professional was really the main word. Grays, blues, blacks, silvers, that sort of palette. And she came back with this, and I just said, yep, that's great. That's what I want. We're good here. That I hadn't had the idea for the little speech bubble TV box, and it was like, that's just enough for flair, and that it fit very nicely. And then for the intro music, there is a show, or rather was a show called Animal Talking, which was a guy named Gary Whitta held a talk show in Animal Crossing, and he was actually a Hollywood writer and was able to get a lot of big names on his show. This was during the mid-months of 2020 when real talk shows weren't actually happening, and he had everyone from like Elijah Wood, Danny Trejo, Josh Gad, Matt Mercer, Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, that he actually was running this late-night talk show, which was one of the bigger things going on. He was on the front page of Twitch, had coverage in Variety, and that it was appointment viewing for me and acted as part of the inspiration for Vtuber Talk. And I loved the intro song that he had gotten, and it was actually one that he had just found on YouTube by a guy named, oh darn it, I'm blanking on his name, and I feel real bad. But the piece had actually been made several years ago, and then he reached out to the guy and paid to license it, and then the gentleman actually went and remastered it. And I loved that song so much, and I looked around at all the other real talk shows, listened to their intros, and I kept coming back to the Animal Talking one. And when I approached ARKHAND, who was the composer that I worked with for my intro, I said, kind of like this, that I just gave him the link to the Animal Talking one. Also, the gentleman's name was Kenny Fong. And that he came back with something, and we did a round of feedback, and that the second draft had it. That first one got to the ballpark. There was a couple things that I was just like, I really would rather have it be this way instead of that. But he was really good with the direction, and that was my sort of, it's in the periphery, it's so close, I don't know what I want.
Yeah.
I know I found the one thing that I like, that clicked with me. Let's just use this as our ballpark, something like this.
Yeah, because it's like, I mentioned the direction for the character, and it's like, as far as the clothing, I have something loosely in mind, but I feel whenever I go to the artist, the best thing I could tell is like something from this general vibe. Like there's a particular game whose design and clothing was like of a very particular style, and I pretty much just say, I don't know, something from this maybe? There's things that fit in here. I don't know. Something that looks cool.
Part of finding an artist whose style you like is that you trust them to think of what you can't think of.
I think the thing that makes me hesitant is one of the artists I have in mind. If you tell them, they don't mean anything by it, of course, but it's like if you tell them what you're looking for and you don't have everything, you don't have all of your T's crossed and I's dotted, they're going to treat you like a dumbass. It's kind of like, why are you bringing this to me? So someone is sitting there kind of like, okay, if they had an opening tomorrow, oh God, I don't know if I'd be able to answer all this.
Yeah, that makes sense that some artists do want more direction than others, and I guess I was I was lucky enough to find some folks that were able to work with my relatively little direction.
But there was somebody named Lav. She just recently got rolling into streaming, but she did several of my emotes, and what I loved so much was I had a loose idea. I liked her design on emojis and stuff like that, and I said to her, hey, here's some references, here's the characters, what do you think? And they got back to me, boom, super fast. They had sketches that looked perfect, stuck the landing. I said no adjustments, none. She finished them and had them sent back to me within a couple days. I thought that was fantastic, because I was like, I don't know what I'm looking for, and it's just like absolute perfection. No lingering, nagging feeling in the back of your head. Nothing like, well, I guess it's good enough. It was just, yes. It was so nice. Effectively to where if I have any emote stuff and she has openings, I'm going to her immediately. Like just hands down, perfect.
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling when you find someone whose work just clicks for you, because obviously everyone's going to have different tastes, and every artist is going to have different styles. So sometimes you can just go with standards, and one's like, all right, this works, this is fine, but every so often you're able to just either the artist is able to click with you, or the instructions you have click with them, and that you're able to actually have something really, really special as the result.
Definitely.
A bit of a tangent here, but I need to ask this before I forget. We have a couple different tags here. I have my standards of, English, AMA, VTuber, yada yada, and I always ask my guests, are there any tags that you want to add? Any? It's usually a branding thing, but there's also a non-zero number of times that it's inside jokes, and that usually the jokes are relatively straightforward, sometimes not so much. And you gave me 2. Weird Uncle, which I can pretty much get, all right,
Sure.
Both of us are on the slightly older side of the VTuber community demographics, and all right, Uncle, fine, makes enough sense. Western Sizzlin' sponsored. I had to look
pretty
up
self-explanatory,
Western
I feel, right?
Yeah, it was just very self-explanatory, and then also posing multiple questions. I had to look it up, and that Western Sizzlin' is a steak buffet franchise. There are, if my count on their corporate website was correct, 43 dotted mostly along the eastern half of the U.S., mostly sort of southeast. And
2023 has been a good year for him.
Seems like it. So how do we get to this on your stream?
Let me think. I need to plumb the depths of my memory on this, because I know the context, because it came up twice, and it's just like, I can't remember the first time.
If I had a nickel for every time that Western Sizzlin' came up on a Geop stream, I would have 2 nickels.
Shitload of nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
Well, I mean, the second one, I can't even think of why it came up in the rambling, because I've got Saturday morning streams where it's just kind of like a free talk thing, and then whatever time's left, I may go off and do a game or something, or we may just taper it off with some media stuff. And I remember in the background, I had a video of just a walking tour. We were walking through I like places. I like doing little video tour things for a backdrop, just to be something different than this little room you see here. And sometimes I pay attention to them. Sometimes it's just there, to keep the mental stimulus going. And we were at a pier in, I want to say South Korea somewhere. It was at night. Ooh, this is almost sounding romantic. Our eyes met. And I'm trying to recall, I was talking about when I worked offshore, and somehow I think I saw a logo and I misread it, and it looked like, I think that's what it was. I saw a logo that reminded me of Western Sizzlin'.
Okay, because I was thinking, you mentioned that this is at a pier in South Korea, and I'm like, from what I saw on their website, it's just U.S. locations. I don't think they even have Canada, much less South Korea.
That's right, corporate HQs down South Korea. I don't know why. So I was very much, I was, for some reason I said, oh, I thought that was Western Sizzlin', or I brought it up for some reason. And we just went down this rabbit hole. And the reason why it came up is because there was one that was open near me when I was a kid. And I remember it closed, and I don't know why it came up. It's just one of those things that happen in the moment, You're just rambling the first thing that comes to mind, and lo and behold, you're talking about the Western Sizzlin' out.
That has suddenly been awakened.
Exactly. Lo and behold, you're talking about the lone Western Sizzlin' that's running inside of a 2-horse town out in West Texas, probably employing half the town. Who can say? Keeps that it's the glue that holds that community together, let me tell you.
It's for the families that are driving to other Texas towns that are worth visiting. I hear it's a expedited service one. You stop in there, you get your stuff, you get the heck out. Employing 1 horse, exactly. The other horse is kind of in between jobs. No, the other horse is in the kitchen.
Wasn't it also a gas station? It might have been.
Oh my gosh.
It might have been.
Gas station steak buffet That is one of the most Texas things I've ever heard of.
Yeah. And it's the only one in the state. Man, everybody's missing out.
Well, I guess I was going to say you'd think there'd be a huge market for it, and I realized halfway through the sentence, oh, there is a market, and it's just for better steaks.
Pretty much. I mean, for what it was, I feel like it was a far more, the one I remember was like, picture Golden Corral, but maybe better quality and a far more limited selection. And there you have it. I don't know if they're still in that sort of ballpark, but the one I think of when I was a kiddo near our house, that's what it was.
From the glance at the corporate website I saw, that sounds like a very good analogy. And I was actually going to mention Golden Corral, just, if it's a buffet-style restaurant, the quality is going to have a certain ceiling, whether it's Golden Corral, CC's, or anything of that sort, that it's not going to be fantastic because it's all going to be ready. It's not made to order. But at the same time,
thoroughly
most of these
cooked
places,
underneath the heat lamps.
Yep, But at the same time, most of those places are fine. You're not going to call them good. You're not going to call them gourmet. Not necessarily going to be what you're super excited to go out and get when you're having a special occasion. But, if it's, a school trip and, they have to feed the whole class or something, or that there's a corporate outing and you need to have it ready for everybody, that, all right, if you end up at one of those, you'll probably eat it and say it's not bad, at the very least. That
they got ice cream dispensers. They got toppings. You could load up and make your own crazy little thing, That was always the highlight. You're like, man, you grab fistfuls of anything. Shit, I'm going to make the most messed up sundae ever.
And that, they're serviceable. They're fine. And that it makes sense that you would have something like that as sort of a buffet. And that, I was reading the about us synopsis section. I was like, oh yeah, I can see where there would be a market for this, and especially if it is going to be kind of off the highway, and that you want to be able to just have, not a nice steak dinner, but family's in the mood for steak, and you're traveling, you're on a road trip, and that you want to have it in and out fast. That there you go. There's not many places that can offer that. So at the very least, it is a unique type of restaurant. But
yes, sir. Some of that West Texas flavor, yeah, buddy.
You're very good at that. Good Lord. And
sound like my normal voice to me. Just tired.
So you're just watching and you think it's that logo, and I guess from there, since you go down that rabbit hole, is it you or chat that has the first instance of #sponsored?
I think the conversation flowed somehow into sponsored, and I was like, well,
I mean,
I've
I
got
brought
one of these
sponsors before already, so
I was like full on my shit post tags were full, and I was like, okay, which one of y'all are getting the boot? I'm sponsored, because like I pulled up the PNG of the logo and I just slapped it in the top left corner of the stream, and I think the housing stream I had the very next day, I still had it there, and it was very much like I just didn't pay any attention to it. And people were just like, what about the Western Sizzling logo? I'm like, what are you talking about?
What about it?
Sponsored. Layoff.
Like, hey, I already suggested that you reach out to frickin' Zillow. Why not reach out to Western Sizzling? I'm sure that...
Let me tell you, that's where the money is.
Well, because at the very least, you're having positive associations with their product and restaurant, that you're not actively ragging on their brand, that, it sounds like your relationship with that restaurant is at the very least sort of a nostalgic, endearing one. That
maybe I could get a gift card to that location in West Texas.
Yeah, that location.
Spend an entire day driving cross state.
I was going to say that if you're in Houston to wherever that one is, that's probably going to be a 4 or 5 hour drive.
Oh no, that's like a 10-hour drive. Something thereabouts. It is huge. Oh boy. If it's about where I remember, it's about Odessa. Yeah, that's going to be like 7-8 hours, I think, if not more. Ooh. Well, yeah, that's a long ways to use that gift card. I don't know, man.
It is...
Oh, you're
7.5 hours, 537 miles from Houston to Odessa, Texas.
Stuck the landing. How about that? Might actually be less than that. If it might be going from the center of Houston, which is Terrible.
Oh yeah, that it.
So it could be
it's
even
probably
be less than that.
Counting
Hey.
from city center, yeah. Yeah, let's drag this
Might
in a
set
little
aside a
bit over. Can I do
Saturday
that?
at some point and drive on over.
It's a pilgrimage. It's an excursion. The classic one, if you're in Texas, is you stop at Buc-ee's and you take the picture with the beaver statue.
Oh yeah.
But I guess that, just confuse everyone at this Western Sizzlin' when you get out of your car and take this super excited selfie. Or
take numerous poses, numerous photos. It's complicated.
And they're like, wow, they're really excited. I've never seen someone be so excited for our, backwater state.
Everybody talks about
fade.
Buc-ee's. I don't care about Buc-ee's. It's kind of like whatever, just a damn beaver. I remember there's one that's kind of not too terribly far away. There's several, so I can say this. But I mean, there's one that's not too terribly far away. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, I think, ish. Maybe it's being a little crude, but I remember I was driving by there late one night, and it was funny because it was just far outside of town to where you had, residential areas off scattered out in the sticks, so to speak. You weren't inside suburbia.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember it was a Friday night. It was probably early December. Football season was over. Friday night, what's a high schooler in the area to do? Go to Buc-ee's, have a date. There was tons and tons and tons and tons of high schoolers there.
What the heck?
And they were like on a date. It was a big Buc-ee's.
Really?
They had a buffet, but it was date
Buc-ee's
territory.
Are big, but I figure that Buc-ee's is combination tourist trap and just, I know that if you live in Texas, if you're a Texan, that you have a certain pride for Buc-ee's, and that if you're making a road trip from Houston to Austin, Houston to
Bathroom's
Dallas, or
always
whatever,
clean.
Yep, that you'll go there, and that at the very least, locals will stop by if they are en route to somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I never imagine that Buc-ee's would be a destination for locals. It feels like a destination for tourists. Much less destination for teens on a date.
I mean, there's not much else out in that area, so it's just kind of like, it's Friday night. Friday night with your sweetheart. I mean, want to go to Buc-ee's?
Get that sweet brisket sandwich.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Just been under the heat lamp for about an hour. Ooh, that's when it gets ripe.
Mm.
Yeah, that was always a real head scratcher. I remember because it was nearing the holiday time, and my mother had a weird gift idea for my sister-in-law, and she loosely described it inside of a Buc-ee's. So like 9 o'clock at night in a Buc-ee's, I'm standing around with my thumb up my ass being like, what was she talking about? And there's all these high schoolers around. I'm just like, God, this is weird.
Like, that almost makes me wonder. Like, if
I got a sign and it was not the right damn sign, she said. And I'm like, well, you go get it yourself next time.
Now I'm back to the Joshua Tree mindset of there must be a logical explanation, and I don't think it's that Buc-ee's is actually a date location. So why would there be a whole bunch of teens there on a Friday night? And the only answers I can think of is that there was a school trip and that the bus stopped there just en route somehow. I was in marching band, and band trips, hours and hours on a bus, and that you'll inevitably stop at some rest stop for a while, and that would explain there being a lot of teens there on a Friday night. I
think it was just a bit of a cultural watering hole because there weren't many. This is way out, and there was just nothing else going on. It's late at night, so not late, but I mean, it was like 9:30.
I guess, so. Yeah, because Buc-ee's are generally speaking going to be in the not uninhabited areas, but they're in the middle of these long stretches of highway where the land is going to be much cheaper, and inevitably there's going to be towns dotted all over, but lower population, more spread out. And I guess my mind says there has to be another answer, but at the same time I do acknowledge that it could just be that simple of there's nothing else to do, and that they've got cheap food, and that it's, you think of teens walking around a mall on a Friday night, and that's a very normal thing, or at least it was normal when malls were more common than they were now. And that perhaps that Buc-ee's was the closest thing that town had to a mall.
Well, I mean, want to get the specifics? I'm sure the Buc-ee's sponsored tag might be empty. You may be able to probe along there,
I genuinely think that there should be a VTuber that gets sponsored by Buc-ee's. Like, there's enough folks that have everything from just general Texas or Western cowboy aesthetic.
It's gonna be somebody like, who is European but has a Texas shtick, and they've never been here, but they're still gonna be like, well,
But also, you know, there's cat girls. I've seen otter VTubers. I've seen VTubers. I can't think of a beaver VTuber off the top of my head. I'm sure there is one.
I do know of one particular. That'd be Maple. And she's somebody I've known for a while. Maple McKenzie, I believe. Described at Buc-ee's as more of a well-advertised goasis. Goasis? Goasis?
Yep, I just looked up Maple. Yep. She should absolutely reach out to Buc-ee's.
Yeah. I'll run that by her.
Goasis.
Partially because it's under a massive conglomerate that's basically just good luck finding it outside of driving on the highway.
Yeah, well, I know that they've started building a couple that are closer to cities because it's become so popular, but that, yeah, their business model by and large is, like I said, find a big patch of land in the middle of the highway where it's low population and low value land, and that's why they can get these massive things. And for those of you who are tuning in and don't understand why the hell are Jay and Geop talking about this beaver thing called Buc-ee's and that it's a gas station that's a mall, it is, they have, I think it's like 150 gas pumps or so usually. It is, it's absurd that I had heard stories of it, and before the first time I'd actually been to one, like, I thought it was an exaggeration. It is not. These things are just, imagine a large grocery store, a small Walmart, and that is what the interior looks like. And they have everything from fudge to brisket sandwiches. They have their famous beaver nuggets, which are like caramel-covered corn pops or something to that effect. They have spices. They have barbecue sauces. And the thing is, they're like, these are all house brand stuff that they are Buc-ee's brand products, and they're actually pretty good quality products. What you're getting there is going to be generally better than what you'd get at a Walmart. It's going to be as good or better than what you would get at like a Target or something. And that when you're traveling across the giant state of Texas for, you know, just hours upon hours at a time, if you're going Austin to Houston or something, that they pride themselves on just having all that stuff, having enough gas pumps so you're never waiting, but also, like you mentioned, Geop, the clean bathrooms, because goodness knows, if you're on a road trip, that is a selling point, and that is not a joke.
Universal truth. Bathrooms are just clean bathrooms on the highway just sound like a myth. And advertising yourself on that is such a smart thing, because you know the gas stations aren't going to be able to pick up the slack on that because they're already undermanned. So,
and that just, you know, there's pictures on Google and whatnot that you can find these images, and that they are. There's a reason that Buc-ee's has become something like it. It has a semi-cult following among locals, and that it is something, like I said, that I have heard of people who visit Texas for other reasons that will set aside time to drive the 30, 45 minutes outside of the city that they're visiting, specifically to stop at a Buc-ee's and then turn back around and go back to whatever city they're staying at for whatever their trip was.
My sister-in-law and my brother are out on the West Coast, and whenever they come here, she makes it like the big, huge to-do thing. We got to go to Buc-ee's sometime we're here. And it's always just sort of like, all right.
if that's what you want to do with your vacation time,
sure. It's like, it's along the way to driving to where my parents live and stuff like that. But it's just like, really? It's like my brother will go rabid at the chance to have Whataburger, but she's just kind of like, no. I've got to go to Buc-ee's. I've got to go to Buc-ee's.
Well, I will very much agree. I'm about to say the most controversial thing I have said tonight, I think Whataburger is fine. I think it's a bit overhyped.
If I could, I would reach to the monitor and shake your hand, because I agree.
Like, it's better than McDonald's. It's fine. That if I stop at a Whataburger or someone says, you want to get Whataburger, I'm not going to say no. Don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's the best burger ever.
Yeah, it's like, I don't really eat out, but like the one time a year or two I have to go by somewhere, I remember, I think the last time I went to a place was actually a Whataburger, and I remember thinking about the hype and stuff, and I was like, well, there's one right near here, and I just have it, and it's just like...
And if I had the choice of drive 20 minutes to a Whataburger or 35 minutes to a Buc-ee's, I would choose the Buc-ee's. That Buc-ee's, like the brisket sandwich there is genuinely good. Is it, again,
it's a cultural experience.
Yeah,
you might see the kids on a date night, people watching, you know? Whataburger, you're not going to see that, no.
There's certainly more stuff and more interesting stuff, and, like, you know, all right, a brisket sandwich is better than a random burger pretty much any day of the week for me. That, you know, all right, if we're going to make a trip to a local fast food-esque thing, that yes, I would take that trip to Buc-ee's over a trip to Whataburger. Do you have any favorite places that when you go outside of Texas that you really make a point to go to? That I know California In-N-Out, but I also know that In-N-Out has started having restaurants more across the U.S., not just in California anymore, but when you travel, is there any particular sort of, like, I'm trying to find the right term, like either a local franchise or local hole-in-the-wall that you always make a point to go, or that if you were to go to someplace that you know that you want to make a point of it?
Not really, to be honest with you. I mean, on the traveling front, I'm pretty boring on that, honestly. I used to travel, when I did the offshore stuff, I traveled all over, and I never really made a point to go anywhere, so to speak. I don't really eat out that much, so it's kind of like, not really, to be honest with you. Like when I was in Chicago a number of years ago, I went to a few places, but that was because one of the friends I was visiting with was a big foodie, and he was very, very much like, oh, I got to go to like Lou Malnati's and all these other places. And I'm kind of like, all right, fine, lead the way. Yeah, I know some people make that a very, very, very important big thing when they travel. It's like me, it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, whenever I go traveling in places, I will usually just ask whoever it is that I'm visiting or anyone who's local, just, all right, what's good? In that I always ask, you know, I try to avoid the tourist traps. That if something is on a travel site as the place the locals go, it is not the place the locals go anymore. It might have been once upon a time, but by the time
you gotta
it
grab
makes
someone who lives there and be like, hey, tell me for real.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the whole trap going to Times Square. It's like, no. New Year's? What are you, crazy?
Yeah, why would you do that? That's a terrible idea. Yeah, and that you ask a local, all right, where would you want to go for lunch? That they'll give you the actual hole-in-the-wall, secret good place to go, or at the very least, a place that is good and that is going to be less busy than, quote-unquote, the place that all the locals go. Now, even if traveling and finding particular restaurants isn't something that you make a point for, you mentioned that you do enjoy cooking a fair bit.
Yeah.
Do you have any favorite styles or dishes or just things that you enjoy making?
Honestly, a lot of just baking in general, frankly. Like, I know some people are big, huge on like barbecue and all these sorts of things. But it's just like, I've always been big on baking in general. So it's like, if it's holiday time, I will just bake all sorts of stuff and send it off to people. If some folks are coming over and it's like a big thing, I will like, I know how to do sourdough. I know how I can make like a pizza dough that is very, very, very good, and how to get it, you know, just a bunch of tricks to like get like a ripping hot pan to actually make it approximating New York style. I mean, lots and lots of stuff that I can do that I just have a lot of fun with. And it's just, it's always fun to try and do that, which is kind of like one of the things I do is like, I had to get big on cooking because I do like a lot of lifting stuff. So that's always big on just, washing your macros and things like that. So there's a lot of like really weird recipe fuckery I have to do at times to get macros proper. And some of those really dip far into like, into baking and stuff like that.
So it
like,
started
for example,
off as just the peripheral thing for working out and just general health consciousness, and that therein you found the actual joy in it.
Well, I'd always been kind of big on baking and cooking ever since, college age. But it's only like the last several years that a lot of people who do like food stuff online, they've actually gotten past some basic mindsets of gruel or creating things that are interesting. Like one of them was like a creator who has like a pizza dough recipe that, as opposed to using a huge amount of flour, you use like a small fraction of that, and you use something else called vital wheat gluten, and you end up something that has higher protein, far less calories, and frankly, tastes just as good. It's really interesting because like for a while it was very much like, well, you can make something here that is approximating what we're describing here. It's going to taste like 6 out of 10, but I mean, good enough. And they were really stuck in that, especially for a number of years. They're very much stuck in that. And now people are starting to get the point of really getting creative. But for a lot of things, you have to know how to either work dough or how to cook to a certain extent. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, and I interrupted you that you were about to talk about a particular dish, I think.
Ooh, which one?
I'm not sure. Might have lost that thread.
Well, I lose a lot of things, lose a lot of marbles, threads, I think it was probably just the pizza recipe, really, because that was the one that popped in my head.
And that
Pardon me?
The classic issue of health food not tasting as good, and that that over time people have been able to actually innovate and find solutions that are able to approximate the less healthier versions to the point where that either they are indiscernible from the other version or that they are actively good even if slightly different. That's the type of stuff I always like to keep an eye out for. That I'm very lazy when it comes to health consciousness, but I try to remain health conscious in that I don't count calories for myself or follow a strict diet plan, but I'm pretty mindful of, okay, I had a lunch today that was pretty fatty. Let's try and have something that's less fatty for dinner. Or, all right, I had something that was pretty sugary for breakfast. Let's try and avoid something that's high sugar for lunch and dinner, and just there's very broad approximation.
There's a lot of folks who don't really even on the fitness side, there's a lot of folks who don't delve into the numbers too much because it works for them. It's kind of like for me when I'm bulking or cutting and stuff, I found that I have to watch the numbers, and frankly it doesn't bother me. Some people think it's almost neurotic or crazy to do it, but it's just like, it's not that hard, really.
If you know which numbers to track, it's not actually difficult to counting or anything. And especially that if you find something that works for you, and that if you're tailoring your eating habits to a specific goal, that, like you said, that the mere fact that you use the terms bulking and cutting tells me that you are actively tailoring toward a specific goal. That makes sense. That's totally natural, and that's the smart way to go about things. I go for, all right, let's maintain a generally healthy lifestyle, and I don't necessarily have a target weight one way or another. And that's why the looser tracking, I suppose, works for me personally. But yeah, you're right that it always is going to depend on the individual and what they are looking to achieve, maintain, or which direction even. That there are folks that are very underweight that need to gain weight, and that there are healthy ways and unhealthy ways to do so.
Definitely, yeah. Pardon me. Ooh. The vocal cords.
I just blinked and we're at 3 hours. That I know you had a super long weekend. I do want to let you actually get some rest after the long week. So I do have a couple last questions before we end. And the first of them is, do you have any goals for the rest of 2023? That we are now halfway through September, so 3.5
Oh, God.
months left of the year, which is weird to think that 2024 is around the corner. But, you know,
I usually don't think about it, but the 2023, I know this is very passe that people say. I've never felt this way. Prior to maybe like I guess maybe 2020 would be one case, but this year in particular really whipped by for me. It feels like I just got used to signing my checks and things as 2023, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna start screwing this up again, huh?
Yeah, it for me as well, it's been just like you said, 2020 was a hell of a year, and so was 2021. Those 2 years,
They're always a hell of a year, it seems.
Because of what the world went through those years, that sense of time definitely was unusual. And now that things have essentially gotten back to normal, even if health concerns remain, that, you know, operationally we are more or less back to where we were, and that the flow of time does feel like it is reestablished itself, if anything, perhaps sped up a tiny bit. But yeah, so for you, for the rest of the year, whether it be an upgrade to the model or just a new type of stream that you want to try, or a project that you have in mind, that some people have number-related goals. I found that most, frankly, don't, and that it's more of goal-oriented or project-oriented. Is there anything that you're really looking to try and have done by the end of the year?
Well, there is one thing I want to do, but it's kind of like it's like there's only so many hours in the day, you know? And it's like there is, I'm big on music stuff, and particularly, I played clarinet and oboe for a very long time, and I took a break from it, and I picked up saxophone, particularly the tenor, last year, about I want to say about March, and just kind of been futzing around with it. And, you know, it's if you know how to play clarinet, you can pick up saxophone.
If it's a single reed instrument, that you can pick up most, but you've also done double reeds with the oboe, so that means that basically, if it's a reed instrument, you can pick it up and have a basic level of proficiency, and everything from there is usually going to be just getting acclimated to the different fingerings for the different instruments, but even those will have some level of overlap.
Some little things like embouchure and things like that, but also it's just like I was so dusty, and also I was self-taught, which sounds exotic, but also that means that there's tons of knowledge and technique gaps that I find about years later. But I picked up a tenor last year, and this year, at the very beginning of the year, I got a soprano, and a couple months later, the same folks I was buying these from, Jean Paul, they make very approachable, affordable saxophones that aren't highway robbery. They also had altos they put on sale. So I picked those up, and it's like...
So we had, when we spoke earlier in the week, I mentioned that I have a whole bunch of different video game music playlists that I have as standbys. You didn't have any particular requests. I'm guessing you haven't been listening in because it would be very weird to hear your own voice on a slight delay. In the blind, because you did not mention this to me earlier in the week when we spoke. In the blind, this entire show, I have been playing the Nintendo Jazz playlist that I have.
Yeah.
So it has been saxophones and clarinets and big brass, and for us to land here,
the good stuff.
Just because I played trombone for many, many years.
Ooh.
So middle school, high school, college band, all different types. So I have basic knowledge of reed instruments, in that I had many friends who played reed instruments, and I tried playing one once, just on a lark with a friend. Never actually had intent of changing instruments, but you're assembling a small jazz band's worth of instruments over there.
I want to do honestly, I want to do covers. I'm pretty okay with the tenor. Soprano, got to get used to the little micro adjustments. It's kind of like it's a much smaller mouthpiece, so it's just like that's why it's the hardest saxophones, just because the already subtle changes on your embouchure just really ramp up when you have that much less real estate. But like, I want to start doing covers, and the thing is, it'd be little things like at first, like like there's some city pop ones. Like there's like some Tatsuro Yamashita stuff that I think I've heard a few covers with that sound really nice. There's also like I can't recall immediately which one it was, but there's several he has that are just have killer saxophone solos right in the middle. And it's just like, oh man, I got to learn how to play that. But also there's just some other ones like, are you familiar with the anime Big O?
Yes, I'm a big anime fan, and I realized we didn't even talk about that we could end up going another couple hours if we aren't careful, Geop.
Oh yeah. So there is a tune that plays often. It's like, I don't know if it's called Apologize or maybe not Apologize. It's like this, it's pretty much the de facto background music I hear in my head whenever I think of the Big O. And it just is beautiful. I believe I need to dig into a bit more. I believe that's an alto sax in that one. But like that is one that I absolutely want to learn how to play. But
have you seen Bakano?
Yes.
Adore that
Fantastic.
series, and jazziest thing since Cowboy Bebop. Then, Bebop is the low-hanging fruit of if you want to get jazz and anime talk, you go there. But Bakano is the one that I always bring up because I just really enjoy that series, and I think it's a little underappreciated.
Oh yeah, I usually don't seek out dub jobs and things, frankly, but
the dub for Bakano is immaculate. That's one that I actively.
I heard somebody recommend it, and I was like, I get it.
Just,
It is so good.
It's a bunch of all-stars putting on a freaking clinic, and very long story short,
they're hamming it up, and it is beautiful.
J. Michael Tatum and I'm blanking on who plays Miria, but the two of them.
I don't know the names.
Was it Brina Palencia? Now I need to. Darn, it's gonna bother me.
Yeah, this would be your ballpark. I'm totally out of the loop on most of the voice actor names through that era, outside of maybe Steve Bloom and some others.
Caitlin Glass. And obviously Steve Bloom, very prolific. Spike Spiegel from Bebop. So,
but yeah, it's like
some jazz covers.
I really want to do those, maybe some stuff from FF14, because there's a fella on YouTube, absolutely beautiful soprano saxophonist. But the thing is, he would just do like a little one. It was like usually, I think during quarantine when he had time to kill and he worked at a school. So he'd be inside like a classroom that was totally empty. I'd see the date and I'd be like, oh, well, he was probably over there making use of the facilities and stuff like that because he works there. And the thing is that he probably recorded it on a phone. It was a really echoey room, and the recording quality is so bad, which is a crime because he was so good at it. And I just hear that and it's like, man, I want to mimic that.
That when you can tell it is a good performance on a bad recording, it is a special type of heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because you know it's there and you know it was done. But
it is so lovely.
But you can't have it. It is the prize that you cannot have.
But the thing is, I need to work on the actual transcribing by ear, playing by ear. But the thing is I've got this stuff in mind. I'm already pretty accomplished with them, enough to where I could grab one of them and focus on a piece and get it done. But I'm working on a career change and I have to get a certification and all this stuff. And it's like right now it's like, okay, I'm going to have to stop practicing for a bit.
If you look things up, there's been a lot of, it was more difficult to find 10, 15 years ago because I was always looking or attempting to look up things when I was in like middle school, high school for different pieces that I liked from anime or video games. But nowadays, there's a lot of websites out there with sheet music, and that either you can probably find someone who's already done an arrangement, or at the very least find piano sheet music, and then that you can just transcribe it from there, and then it's just like you're moving it to a different staff. And
that's the avenue I'd have to go with probably, because I know there's a few other tools. Like I know if you're really uncertain, I know there's a tool called Transcribe I've looked at, which is kind of, are you familiar with Audacity?
Yes.
It's kind of like Audacity, but it's very focused on transcription, because you could tell it loop this part of the song right here. And you could slap on some presets to filter out things. Like if you're like, what note is that? You can tell it to knock out the range with vocals. Typically, you could adjust it. And it's like this neat little tool. And that's what all the old music heads use. So it's like there's that. For another tool I've looked at is like you can pop open Ableton, and if you've got something that is simple enough, you can plop it in there and it'll make it into a MIDI. But that becomes a muddied mess if it's a chaotic piece. But I mean, there's a lot of tools for it that I can approach them with. I know there's some that have things online.
I just did a simple Google search, and I've already found Apologize Sax Trio for tenor, alto, and baritone.
I can't remember if it was Apologize. It might be something else, because I know that I always came across Brick Ballades, and I don't know if there was Houston Street, and it's like, is it all one title for the band? That's what I didn't really know, because I know it's attributed in different ways on different sites. I'm not sure what it is, because it's like Houston Street, Brick Ballades, Apologize, and it's just like, which one are you?
Yeah, definitely do look things up that if you don't need to reinvent the wheel, or at least someone has started inventing the wheel that you're looking for. But
trust me, I definitely have a few of those sites I know of. Like there's a fellow who does anime covers on and sheet music for anime in particular. So he's done stuff like Space Adventures Cobra, which is a deep cut.
Oof, even I don't know that one offhand.
Early 80s. Actually, the creator actually died just this last week. But yeah, that's a deep hole, but also it's got a very good, let me actually, I know that you probably won't be able to play this on stream, but I can at least send it to you so you can hear the start of it real fast. Because the very starts. Cobra, saxophone.
I've seen a couple VTubers that have done rigging actually for instruments that actually, someone I had on just a couple weeks ago, Soyapoya, has rigging and she plays violin.
Yeah, with the violin. Yeah, that is beautiful. I saw that. She is fantastic.
Yeah, I know Obake Pam has done rigging and performances on flute. But I don't know if I've seen anyone do saxophone, at least not in the VTuber space.
I mean, I'd have to get the confidence with the skill, which I used to perform, so it's probably okay. But I don't know. It's been a bit, and I've got to get this real life job stuff ironed out so I can actually get work elsewhere and leave this city. Because like I'm trying to escape. It's like, okay, if I do this one certification, I can apply to government work and fully remote and get the hell out of here. And that's kind of like, okay, this is my priority. Music, I'm going to do basic stuff, but I was still kind of like, I would like to do something before the year is out. Also, if you kind of want the funny side joke or the side motivation, I tell myself, it's like, Geop, if you play something and you do something with it on stream, these last two instruments you got,
tax deductible. Tax
yeah.
deductible.
So I'm just like, man, yeah, I got to do something. Maybe just puff them once on stream and be like, hey, I got an instrument.
Yeah, well,
okay, there we go.
We're doing just an instrument demo stream where, all right, this is a scale, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And
show's over. Go away.
This is how you tune it. These are the different keys, and just the classic VTuber hand cam stream with the gloves and everything. Oh, gosh, playing an instrument like that with gloves. Well, depending on what type of gloves.
Yeah. I'm grateful I actually got a fancy microphone that I found later is actually very good at recording woodwinds.
Ooh.
And I was sort of like, ooh, hot dang. Because I'd been doing audio stuff for a long time, and I was very particular about getting a very good microphone. So even if the streaming thing didn't, I felt like, well, whatever. If I didn't enjoy it, I was very much like, hey, I've been through
microphone for other things.
Yes, I've been through so many microphones over the years, and they were all USB, regrettably. They were not XLR ones. So I got finally a nice one that had good it's just a dynamic shotgun one. So it's any reverberation in my room gone. So I looked it up later, and they said, oh yeah, radio broadcasts have used this for a long time, and also I looked around, people were like, hey, I want to record on a saxophone. What's a good microphone? Somebody says, oh, you could get the Electro Voice whatever. I keep forgetting the name. It's an Electro Voice something.
But that you accidentally stumbled into the exact microphone that you needed anyways.
Yeah, I just got refurbished, and it's like just the staple that people have used forever and ever. But yeah, to
Definitely
answer
let me
your
know
question, I need to
like
get
I
that
said,
done.
I am a band kid myself, and I always love a good I'm a sucker for brass, horns, and sax in general. So I very much hope that you were able to accomplish that goal, and even if it's not this year, that I look forward to when you have the time to do that.
If I do not do it, it will gnaw a hole in me eventually. So it's just a matter of I need to get things out of the way, and so I can focus on that. But it's just kind of like, spinning the plates, as it were. But I think that's the longer term plan. I know people say growth and all that, but it's like, well, I got partner.
To be honest, it's been a very long time since someone has answered that question with anything growth related. The most I'll get is occasionally, if somebody doesn't have partner, that they'll say, I'd like to hit partner. But I think that by and large, most folks don't. They might have numbers related goals, but that's not the crux of their goals. That that might be sort of the result of other goals.
Yeah, I think the alternative goal that will most definitely happen is just collaborating with others, because I love talking to people.
Congratulations, you've just done a collab. Yay!
Hot damn! First one I was invited to. Thank you.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine.
I was on the only other one that I had was on Hina's. We were doing we were just playing a game, and she was like, it's stream time. I want to keep playing the game. It was with a group of other folks like Colts and Mint Castell, and we were just playing like an MMO together. And she's just like, "Could I stream this?" And we're kind of like, "Yeah, okay, fine." And that was like an on the spot thing that happened. That was very funny.
Hey,
but that was the only other one, really. Yeah, if it works, it was a fun experience.
And then the last question. Sorry, was there?
No, I was just collab with other people. I guess I pull people in on Sunday things, but it's just kind of like, it's a. Do people usually get back to you, or have you had some folks who just don't reply to you?
Oh,
if you don't mind my answering.
50% of the invites I send out have no response, and I would say the number of declinations that I get of like people responding saying thanks but no thanks is significantly less than the number of non-responses. And I have no way of knowing if that's just because people are not interested and they are shy and they don't want to decline, or if I send them an email and it gets caught in their spam folder, they're super busy. Sometimes I'll send things via Twitter, and that recently they made it so unless you change your settings, you can't send DMs to someone unless both parties are following.
Yeah, those changes.
But even then, that if someone has their DMs open, if you aren't mutuals, the DM will go to a message requests folder, which not everybody checks. So there's any number of reasons that people might not get back to me. I don't know what those reasons are, and that that's just part of doing a show like I do, and that's okay. That people have lives. I should not be a priority to anyone. That I'm just happy that so many people have been interested and generous with their time to be on my show, and that I will never begrudge someone whether they don't get back to me at all or whether they decline. But I would say definitively more non-responses than declinations, and that non-responses versus responses and acceptances is probably about 50-50.
Okay, that's about what I'm facing on. I haven't gotten the declinations, usually just the no. And it's kind of, not the no, I usually just get the no reply. It's kind of like, I love meeting people. I love meeting people. And it's just kind of like the big thing where it's like, I will see somebody and I'll be like, okay, I'm going to case this person out. I'd love to get in a call with them and just, I've got the housing thing that works as a nice organic.
Yeah, that you basically have your talk show set up all done.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, I'll just grab folks and pull them in.
Yeah.
That'll be great. And it's just like, there'll be times I'll be like, okay, I'll like, it sounds so devious, but it's like, I will like be in their chat. I will poke my nose in. I'll be like, hey, I'll be kind of sort of a little bit active, whenever, just popping in on occasion, make it to where they recognize the username at least. And then I'll send a message, and there'll be times where I won't hear back. But the thing is, I always leave it with the thing of, because I know, shocking, I know, there are VTubers who have social anxiety. And a cold open is just like a knife to them. So every single time I send them a pitch and a link to a VOD, and I say very much, I get it. It's a cold open. You do not have to reply. If you, I not quite baby talk, but I just very much say, if you're intimidated to say no, you don't have to say anything. Do not think I will sit here holding a grudge if I cross paths with you, you know? And that works fine. But it's like, I will put time into casing somebody, and I'll send something off, and I won't hear anything back, and I'll be like, well...
You literally just described basically step for step my modus operandi of just.
You've had so many guests, though. I know you mentioned the rejections, but it's like
that I always make a point. I never invite someone to be on the show unless I've seen at least a handful of their streams. That the exact thing that you mentioned of pop your head in, be a little bit active in chat. Make it so that they are likely to at least recognize the username, and especially early on that was a big thing. But I do that to this day, and that I'm casing people out, and that I've been asked in the past, what do you look for? And the answer is very simple. I have no scientific method. I don't give a damn about numbers. I literally tune into a stream and ask myself, do I think I could hold a conversation with this person for 2.5 hours?
Yeah,
that's it.
Same thing here.
That's all I look for.
And it's kind of like I remember something that I heard Congo say something. I know you had him on here recently. He's incredibly accomplished presenter. He's just like incredibly skilled. And something I remember him saying, and it kind of like it really rung with me or resonated. And I remember him saying, "I can be in a collab with anybody." I am condensing his words here, but he effectively said the person I'm in a collab with could have the personality of a cardboard box. I'll make it interesting. And it's kind of like, yeah, I get it. Same thing. But even then, I try to look at people that I kind of like what you're saying. It's kind of like,
could I probably could I probably carry a show and make conversation work with just about anyone? Yes.
Yeah.
Would I rather
you've been talking to a rock this whole time, so put that on your resume.
Would I rather not have to do the heavy lifting? Yes. That I've had people who are quieter, more reserved, but that when they're on their stream, on their channel, that they will be interacting with chat and that they will be very talkative, even if they have perhaps a more reserved demeanor. And that when I have that type of guest on, that, sometimes I'll need to coax things a little bit more, but that's part of what I do and part of what I think my job is as a host, to find those things that they want to talk about and make it easier for them to talk. And that I like to think I've been pretty successful, but,
Yeah, get a thumbs up from me. I feel like I'm really dragging tonight, so you're doing great.
You're doing fine, man. Don't worry. But that, yes, I tend toward the people who have just chatting streams or who do talk a lot more on their channel, because that's the primary indicator to me of if you're able to hold a good conversation with your chat with nobody, then you're almost certainly going to be able to hold a good conversation with somebody in real time. And that's
scary. Other people.
That the streams and the people that I tune into and very quickly say, nope, I don't think they're right for the show, are the ones that I tune into and that it's 30 seconds of dead air. And that's not to say there's something wrong with it, that some people play high
some people are scared of dead air, but there is a very organic flow. Pregnant pauses are okay, as long as you're expecting. Pregnant pun.
But also, if someone is playing Overwatch or League or some high focus game where they're just not likely to be chatting because they have to put all their attention onto it, that is not a fault of theirs, in that there's plenty of people who will be damn near silent streamers just because they're really good at their gameplay, and that's what people tune in for, and that's awesome.
Oh yeah, just different audience. Yeah, definitely.
But then there are others that will be able to play shooters and still hold pretty active conversations, and those are the ones that really turn my head, of just like, oh, if you can have the split attention and keep something going, and then imagine what you could do if your full attention was on the conversation.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
I was actually curious. Did you just find my stream on like the carousel or something like that?
I'm trying to remember where I found you.
Because I think I remember when you popped in. I mean, I recognize your name because I'd seen your shows. I was like, oh, huh. How do you find you? How do you get here?
I used to be able to remember very precisely where I found my guests, and that over time I've gotten progressively worse at it because
I feel like I remember the house at least where I think you made a comment. It was like almost like not a witch's house, but it was like this really weird house in the middle of nowhere.
Because I definitely remember that it was a Zillow stream. And if memory serves, I think that your name first came to my attention in passing from someone. It may well have been Hina. I'm not 100% sure. But I think the first time I saw your stream was on the sidebar recommendations of, that it's you have the left-hand side of Twitch. It says people that you're following that are live right now, and then it'll have recommendations.
Other streamers who are under the Western Sizzlin sponsored tag, of course.
Exactly, yes.
It's a busy category, man. It's hard to get. This platform's a kingmaker. What can I say? It's hard to get in there.
And my guess is that it was, perhaps unsurprisingly, the algorithm that there are several folks that you are close with, not just Hina, that have been on the show, and that the algorithm does in fact work sometimes.
Oh, really? Interesting. But I was actually kind of curious about that. I was like, did the Twitch algorithm actually work for once?
It's worked for me a pretty solid number of times, that when I go, quote unquote scouting, that I don't have a schedule of, okay, today I'm going to scout, that it's just I'll sort of eyeball, okay, sometimes I will backlog and I'll have 3 shows scheduled in a row, and that's just how things fell out. But then sometimes I'll have a show in a couple days and nobody lined up, and I'm pretty consistently sending out a couple of invites a week, in that sometimes I just hit a string of no responses. And that then I will sit down and be like, okay, I'm going to spend an hour or two just poking around and hopping around. And I can't recall if yours was on one of those days or if it was just, I'm pretty perpetually, at least once or twice a day, going to click on a stream of somebody that I'm not familiar with, just to, have that consistency of always be looking.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But you were pretty quick click for me of just, all right, get there, Zillow stream, that's already out of the ordinary, in that you were very actively holding a good conversation, which is really engaging. You had the gamification of the bingo, and that I waited to tune into another couple of streams before reaching out, but I knew basically after that first stream, I was like, yeah, I want to see if Geop is interested.
Okay, I was just kind of a little curious,
Yeah, no, that just, and I think your concept of basically turning your Zillow streams into your own talk show, or just a recurring rotating collab, has a lot of merit, because I think it's very approachable, that it gives a level of comfort in knowing, all right, what is the basics of what we're going to talk about, that I do the whole pre-interview thing, which I still actively say, this is my not secret sauce. I encourage people that if you are interested in doing a talk show, if you're interested in doing collabs, period, I think that making time to speak with whoever you're collaborating with, if you've never spoken with them before, don't have your first interaction be on stream.
Well,
break the ice off air. It helps.
There've been a few folks that's what I did.
Well, I
just
know,
because
I know it happens.
In the content creation stuff early on, there were a number of times where it was quite literally jumping into the pants with both feet at the same time, and it always worked out. It's kind of like, what? It's worked for me all these years. I know how to fix any audio problems. Otherwise, it's kind of like, well, this is up to my skills as a host. So it's kind of like, all right, try this out. So it's like, I had Fang. I know Fang was on here. Yeah. I had her. She was the first guest outside of my social bubble. Like, there was a whole bunch of folks from content creation stuff that I knew, and they were safe guests. I spoke tons and tons of times, so they were easy. But I pulled her in. It probably would have been about a year ago in October or November, one of the two. She was the first one I grabbed from outside, and I remember we spoke. That was a very funny thing, because she's kind of a night owl, and she's also, I believe she's West Coast. So her hours were kind of very different from mine. And I remember I was shooting her a message like 10 minutes before we started, or maybe 5 minutes. And I asked her like a question to like kind of like nudge her about, hey, are you ready? I was kind of like, so, I had this basic question. I can't remember what the heck it was. She's like, okay. And I was like, okay, well, going live in a minute. I'll just kind of stall till you're free. And she's just like, what? Because she was actually, she had like a late night and she was still in bed when the stream started. So she scrambled in there and I was stalling a bit. But she got on and she hopped in the call and I was like, this is a wonderful first impression. I love this. She is wonderful, though.
Oh yeah, no, she's so much fun. That was a great show, and that obviously things happen that either you have a late night or just you mismark your calendar or just you blank. That it happens. People are human.
She had to be. I mean, I had several friends who I'd collab with before, but I still hold to it. She was probably one of the best guests I had. That's just kind of like it just boom clicked. Went great. She knew immediately what to do and just kind of like, okay, great. Interacting with chat and all that stuff was fantastic. Yeah. Stuff like that, it was a blast.
And that's similar to you, that I have my template, my outreach letter, which I've tweaked a bit over the 2.5 years, but the vast majority of it is exactly what I had from the beginning, from episode 2. That the episode 1 was Lane Blanc, who's a personal friend of mine, so I didn't do that type of outreach for her. But past that, I think I even ran the template by her of just like, does this sound good? And that I have at the closing, I'll totally understand if you're busy with other projects or just not interested. I don't have the line of if you don't feel scared about not responding, and now I'm kind of debating adding that, but otherwise just the approach that you described, from scouting, being a bit in chat to be familiar, and then sending the full pitch, that don't just enter DMs and say, hi, or hi, would you like to be on my show? That I have the full and proper professional introduction, and that's something that I think has definitely served me well, and that I would say more often than not, if you are reaching out to someone as just a cold call that you don't have any previous interaction, you'll probably get a better return rate if you do that. At the very least, it's not going to hurt you to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I often, I've reached out. What I usually do also is if it is somebody who is familiar with a guest I've done before, I will say, if you want to see how it is, I always send them a VOD, which I've got my VODs. They're tightly edited. They're chaptered.
Oh,
I've got good sound
so much
on them.
more than I do. That I upload all the VODs, and for the first couple months, I would list out, here's the list of my past guests. But once it got to 15, I was like, all right, this is too many. So now I have all the guests listed on the Twitch page, and that I will say,
well, your guests are so much more dense than mine. I have VODs from the solo streams that I fell behind on. So for a guest one, I'm cool with doing the chapters and that stuff. The music and editing, I've done video stuff for so long. It's like I don't even have to think about it. But it's my chaptering is just, it's like pulling air. It's like, no.
All I do, I chop out the starting soon screen and the opening intro, and the start is always, please welcome my guest for this evening, blank, and that it rolls straight into the show. I had the intros and everything for the first, I think, 10 or so episodes that I didn't think to chop them, and then I went to watch one of the VODs and I was like, oh, this is terrible. Why? This is a bad idea. And don't get me wrong, what I do is still incredibly lazy. I just trim the front part off. I don't do anything in terms of the chaptering or more complex editing, but it at least makes sure that if someone clicks on it, that they get right into the actual show.
Yeah.
But that you and I have the very similar approaches of how we manage things and how we do that outreach to guests. And it's very validating, perhaps, that just as you were listening, I was like, it is scarily one-to-one there.
Hey, what can I say? I mean,
great minds think alike.
You're doing much better than I am on pulling guests in. I mean, you're 123 now. That is, God. I know you've been going for a while, but still, it's like I'm so spread out that whenever I don't get a reply, it's like I'll be like, well, I'll wait till somebody else, but grabs my attention. It's just kind of like, well, that's so spread out.
But at the same time, you do much more than me. That you have regular streams. That all I do, this is the entirety of the channel. This is literally my brand, and that since if I don't get guests, I don't have a show. And like you, I love talking to people. That's it. This entire project, this entire channel, it was a selfish thing that in 2020 and 2021 that I was bored, had too much time on my hands, and wanted to socialize a little bit more because people weren't going outside, and it looked like we still wouldn't be for a little while, and I'd fallen into the VTuber rabbit hole, and this was the solution to that. But I had no interest in being a more regular streamer, so at the very least, if folks don't get back to you, that you can just fall back on other stuff until you find someone that you're really interested in, or that you can wait for people. Whereas for me, if I don't keep doing outreach, if I don't get responses, if I get sort of a string of just folks that either decline or don't get back to me, then the channel's dark. And it's not necessarily even that I have a whole bunch of fans that are expecting it, that I acknowledge my community is extraordinarily small. To anyone that, if you consider yourself a regular of Vtuber Talk, thank you. I don't know if I have regulars, to be honest. I'm genuinely not sure. But if you're a regular lurker and you've never chatted, if you've been around and you see me on the sidebar and you're like, oh, Jay's live, want to tune in, thank you. I don't know if I'm actually speaking to anyone right now, and I hope I'm not insulting anyone who might consider themselves a regular. That if you consider yourself a regular, you're a regular to me. But that if I don't think I have a whole bunch of people that are necessarily going to ask, oh, where's Jay? Where's VTuber Talk? If I have a couple of weeks without a show, that it's very much for me because I enjoy it. And since the show doesn't happen if I don't have a guest, that means it keeps me more actively searching, and that obviously I'm never going to send an invitation to someone that I wouldn't be genuinely excited to have on the show. But it means that I'm going to be even when I have those stretches of I've sent out 10 invites this week and one person got back to me and they said they're interested, but they're booked up this month, and talk to them again in October. I keep going. I keep looking. And that very fortunately, I'm spoiled for choice. There are more VTubers out there than I could ever hope to talk to. So I'm not worried about running out of options. I just need to find them.
Yeah, I know it sounds like cheating off notes, but I'm tempted to kind of look through your past guests and be like,
please, by all means, this one. Yeah. I love making introductions.
Because I saw you had I know you've got the YouTube channel. I know you've got the full listing in the show notes, as I call it. It's kind of like, well, shoot. I mean, geez, there's some names here I don't know.
Yeah, because I will occasionally, if I know someone is very close with a past guest, that I'll say, I know you're familiar with such and such, but the standard line is, if you have any questions about the show, feel free to ask me, or if it would make you more comfortable, you can reach out to any of my past guests. The full list is on my Twitch page. That my past guests are my resume, and that I say so with total blanket confidence, because if I can't tell someone that they can speak with any past guest and at least get a neutral reaction, that I've often said, I'm not looking to be the biggest and the best talk show, the biggest and the best streamer. That if someone can ask a past guest about VTuber Talk, if my name can come up in conversation and the reaction is, oh, Jay, he's not a creep. Yeah, you can go on his show and have an okay time. He's fine. He's professional enough. That is success to me. If people choose to say even nicer things, I am humbled and flattered. But if I can't just carte blanche say, speak to any of my past guests and be confident, then I've done something wrong as a host. And that in that case, one, I would hope if I did something terribly egregiously wrong that someone would tell me, and well, no one has told me that I've done anything egregiously wrong up to this point, so to the best of my knowledge, I can genuinely point to any past guest with confidence and say that I would think that they would at least give me a neutral review.
I mean, the past 4 hours have kind of flown by, so
yeah.
thumbs up for me. Hey.
Yeah, that I love introducing folks, and there's so many cool people that you'll be getting an invite to my 3rd anniversary charity marathon. It's in January, so a while off. Don't worry about it. But it's just I invite all the past guests back, and that it's 2 days, 12 hours each, 24 total, and that I send out a little survey, check box all your availability for the hours, and that
about what do you know about a day range in January?
It is is it the 14th and 15th or the 13th and 14th this year?
I've got to double check when MagFest is. Jeez,
it is before. It is 2 weeks before MagFest.
Is it?
Sorry,
okay,
no,
cool.
It is the week before MagFest.
Yeah.
I know because I'm going to MagFest. I bought my badge today.
Oh shit!
Badges just went live today.
Yeah, I got mine too. Hey, thumbs up.
Yeah. So no worries there. It is the 13th and 14th, and MagFest is the 18th through the 21st. So
good to know.
Dodges that cleanly. But that I put on the survey just basically 2 things of what hours are you available, and are you okay being paired with people that you haven't met before, and that some say no, and that I'll make sure to pair them with only people I know they've collabed with, or solo if they request it. But a whole bunch of people will say, yeah, I'll be on with whoever, and then I get to play matchmaker, and that's when I get to have fun. And I had some folks for the 1st anniversary marathon that I put together that I knew one of them was a fan of the other's content, and had mentioned to me in passing, she was like, man, if I could ever collab with this person, I would love it. And that I got to go to them, and I said, hey, I remember you told me that, and I'm making this happen. And they hit it off, and like the next time that I was in the other person's stream, the other person was there too and had a VIP role. And I was just like, I helped facilitate that. I knew they were going to get along. So
that's when you get the good. That's when you get the good brain juices. Introducing some folks, they hit it off great.
But likewise, that if you are looking for folks and you see a name on my list and you're like, hey, I'd be more than happy to send a DM along the way and try and get an introduction done there.
Well, yeah, I think I'm pretty open for that then. If it's not on that, because that was the only things you mentioned mid-January. I was like, oh God, when did they put it this year? Because they usually have it like, oh yeah, it's right after the 1st. It's kind of like, great.
No, that
New Year's when the airports are great.
Yeah, well, the MagFest is later than usual this year. That it's like the 3rd weekend as opposed to the 1st.
I remember 2020 was it 2020?
Well, it would have been 2020 because it wasn't 21.
I remember 2021. They canceled it, thankfully, but also I remember my friends and I we have a harder and harder time every year getting a room. Like we use like the Wyndham across the way, and it used to be like the secret, and now people have started realizing, and it's just like, oh shoot. I remember 2021, they planned inauguration was going to be wrapping up just when it was starting. So like all the hotel rooms, nothing. And we managed to get something, but it was incredibly expensive. And I was just like, man. And then, thankfully, that was when all the Airbnbs and places like that went pear-shaped. So the place that we got our room from, they vanished. So I covered the purchase for the rooms for all my roomies who are all friends who I know I can trust everything. But I was like, I'm the one with disposable income. So I said, I will put it on my card. I'll do it. Just pay me your fractions when you can. And then that place vanished. And I remember I had to get in touch with one of my other friends from the other rooms, kind of like, what do we do here? He's like, I guess contact your credit card company and get a charge back. And we managed to, but I remember that was hilarious because it's just like that site was gone, man. It's just like, well,
terrifying.
Shit.
No,
Never had that happen.
MagFest is in National Harbor, and that there's a number of hotels, but the number of hotels versus the number of attendees is not quite enough. They actually just implemented a new rule this year, which will hopefully help a bit, which is that you can only make a reservation if it is the Thursday through Sunday. That you can't.
I think that's just the Gaylord, but I know the Gaylord's it seems like it's impossible to get into for me. Well, yeah.
So what my friends and I have done for, the past like 7-8 years, we have a Discord server that is inactive most times of the year.
Oh, that's what my group does too.
And that we all just, like, there's probably like 35, 40 of us at this point. That a couple people get pulled in every
I think we got
year.
like a couple dozen in ours, but same kind of thing. Yeah. It's like, it's
just everyone is there, everyone's in the lottery, and that it is sort of the pooled odds pact of, if you get a room, that you need to let others in that server have first dibs on the rest of the spaces in the room. And that we have a couple in there that are also very cognizant of checking when the extra rooms drop, because they'll usually have like a wave of holdbacks, whether it was ones that were being held by like MagFest staff, or sometimes they just reserve a small block for miscellaneous purposes that then eventually become available. And we have folks that are like keeping tabs on that, and we've been able to get rooms for folks in Harbor, half of the group in the Gaylord itself, basically every year. And, you know, knock on wood, that server has awakened once more, and we're all checking in and being like, yep, don't forget to buy your badge, and it will be the day of reckoning next week, I believe.
Yeah. I know we got our room locked down, so that's that. Just every year it gets scarier, I swear. Like, I remember this year it caught me when I was
lottery. Like, my numbers, I think the highest I've ever had is 3,000. I have terrible luck.
I've never actually done the lottery, so we've always just pulled for the Wyndham. So as soon as they announced the date, the places for booking rooms, almost all of them, they crumble super fast. Like, people blitz them and they get the rooms and stuff like that. So like, if you're looking around and you see one, I remember last year I saw one that was like a steal, and I went in and I planted down the initial payment, and then I got an error on checkout. And it was like, what?
Because someone else.
And then I had to go for one that was super expensive beyond that, because the website was just not working, and by the time it did, everything was gone. And I sent it off to that person, and then a few moments later, I got an email from that first place that I submitted to when things went down, and they said, hey, just got your reservation, you're all set. And I'm like, oops. I went to the expensive one and said, never mind.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah,
all right. Also,
like, that was close. Yeah.
But
yeah, if you're cool with that, I mean, I'm cool with giving you a high five in person or something. Shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've met up with tons of folks online before, not in the VTubing sphere. Well, actually, two. Last year there were two.
I met a small number of people at MagFest this year, and have run into a couple others at other conventions throughout the year. I never post publicly, and I will just put out a thing to past guests of like, hey, if you are interested in meeting up, I will be at this convention if you are as well. Or if I see someone posting about a convention I know I'm going to be at, that I might reach out and say, you know, it's okay if not. I totally get that some people do not want to meet in person. But
yeah. I think there was a gathering this last year, but I could not find them for the life of me. Like, they said, hey, we're in front of the chapel, and I looked around. It was like peak hours, and it was like 9 at night, and I was like, there's too big of a crowd here. I ain't finding them.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. So January, National Harbor.
Sounds like a plan. Hey.
Yeah. Like I said, if left to our own devices, we're just going to be talking for another hour.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think it's just a talking shop thing that kind of just made my neurons start activating. I don't know.
Yeah, but
pardon me.
I think the Zillow show, you need to find a fun little name for it. And
that's the thing. It's like I've wrestled with it a few times. People, God, it's like, okay, most people seem to know what Zillow is, but also it's like, I tried cursed Zillow. I tried cursed real estate was something I did at the very beginning. I found that was a little too, it didn't stick the landing. People probably thought it was probably a haunted TV show or something. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I've done cursed Zillow, and that seems to be okay, I guess. I'm not married to it, but it's just like, it's just
free
what
real
I've
estate,
done, you know? It's free real estate.
That's it. What's the show? It's free real estate.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not married to it, but I'm still kind of like, Always on the look for something better. I don't know.
But I think even if there hasn't been a name that has stuck quite yet, I think the concept is a very sound one.
Yeah, seems to be. People still show up. So,
and like you said at the top of the show, there's more than enough of the backlog to work with.
Yeah, and I've known that the retention's never been a problem, really. I mean, it's just it grows as it grows. It hits a peak and it stays there. And there's like a show at 7. Are you familiar with like the old Nick Arcade show on TV?
Oh wow, that's a throwback.
There is a friend of mine who's been doing something approximating that for a number of years. Not a VTuber, but he's been doing something quite like that. It's very high production, very nice, called Arcade Pit.
Ooh.
He's actually, I think he's actually on like, his username is like Smite, SMIGHT, but he does this every Sunday at 7 Central. And I know that my viewership has a huge bubble overlap, and Smite's at MagFest. I've met him in person numerous times. So what I always do is I always have my viewership. I will be going through the end. I'll have the very end, and I'll cut off right there so that if people want to hang around, we'll go to the raid target, which may be Smite, may be somebody else. And if they're not interested, they can go straight and watch Smite stuff. It's pretty much just like, people stick around till almost that point. And that's where about people kind of taper off a little. But I mean, it's people stay engaged, which is fun, which means people stay, which means I get to talk to more people.
Ta-da! The system
brain
works.
Chemicals. Yeah.
And I'm looking this up right now, actually, that they have a whole website for this stood up.
Yeah. I mean, you should see the production value that goes into it. Like, they've got numerous of my friends of various skill sets have kind of thrown their hat in the ring over the years, and I remember the guy who did Nick Arcade did his own show for a brief time, and it is like, it pales in comparison to what my friend does. That's how impressive it is.
I'm just scrubbing through an episode right now. You aren't kidding. Holy cow.
He's got like eye catches and little joke sequences and things like that. Like, I cannot emphasize it enough. It is really, really good. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out sometime. That's really neat.
Yeah, but it's like Sundays, 7. He's like never missed a show in years. It's insane.
Like, I very deliberately designed VTuber Talk to be a lightweight show. That the assets and everything, very simple. It's just talking that, I don't want to create homework for the guests. The biggest thing that I ask is the pre-interview. And that I did that in part also just to make sure that the time commitment for myself wouldn't be too much. And when I see people who do recurring shows like that with production value that I've seen, Pumpkin Potion, if you're familiar with her, has been doing, it's a dub over thing. If you've been to MagFest, you probably know Late Night Dub Fight. That it's very similar to that, but with classic cartoons, because of course that's her brand, the classic black and white cartoons, and that she's done that, hasn't done the past couple weeks, but I look at that and already say, all right, that takes a lot of time to put together. She has really nice assets for it, a good layout for her guests, and it's 4 guests, not 1. And if you think wrangling and trying to schedule 1, like,
oh yeah, I had something once where I tried doing 2 guests, and like that in itself was difficult. I haven't even done that show segment in a while because of wrangling guests and being hard.
The only time that I do more than 1 is for the anniversary stream, and that's just, all right, this is happening these days at these times. If you are available, I would love to have you. If you aren't, I totally understand, but at that point, I'm not trying to schedule around people. I will schedule around them to the degree of which hours in these 12-hour blocks are you free, and I can accommodate that. And I've got a good system set up for that, but it's not to the point of, all right, I need to do this on the regular, or that I need to try and adjust for specific guests. That it's, if you're free those days, you are, and that's awesome, and if not, maybe next year.
I gotcha.
But that did just, Arcade Pit looks super cool, so
definitely
gonna have to check that one out.
The live shows at MagFest are always a blast because they don't have access to all their tools. So they really have to think outside the box, and it's always fun. Because I know that broken controllers or thrown controllers, whatever Proton John's thing is.
Yeah, I think it's thrown.
I can never keep it straight. That usually gets the biggest crowd, and I know they weren't able to come for a number of years, and honestly, Smites is probably the next biggest thing, frankly.
Yeah, in terms
And
of
I'm
like
not biased. I'm not
shows,
biased
yeah.
because I've known him. It is just fact, because they would always have like a prime spot in time, like Saturday at 7 or something like that. It was always ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm really looking forward to MagFest
keep an eye
now.
out for that. It is, yeah, it is really damn good. Like just watching people have to go up to the front and play like they play some games and stuff like that, but they'd also do something like they have to play an actual game board game of Go Fish with somebody yelling at them and things like that. Yeah. Or like Operation or several others, because they have to pare back the games because they don't have access to all the tools they have in a typical show. So.
Yeah. Well, definitely sounds like we're going to have some fun stuff to do in National Harbor come January. That MagFest is legitimately one of my favorite weekends of the year. That
it's pretty much the only real trip I make outside of where I live usually.
I've been open about this before, that I do a fair bit of convention work. That it's not my day job, but it's something that I've done for a decade now, actually. And you know what wasn't happening in 2020 and 2021? Conventions. And that's why I had a lot of time on my hands. And I wanted to sort of flex the organizer, coordinator, showrunner part of my brain. And talk show was the result of that. But again, that I designed it to be lightweight, once a week type thing, so that when conventions eventually started spinning back up again, that I could keep Vtuber Talk going and not have to worry about spinning the show down because everything else was spinning up again. So that MagFest is one of it's basically the only event that I will fly to specifically to not work.
Yeah, exactly.
So definitely, if any of you out there are not familiar with MagFest, that is the Music and Gaming Festival, and it's exactly what it says on the tin. It is 4 days of video games and video game music, cover bands. They have a 24-hour arcade, 24-hour console room, and this is like giant exhibit halls of, what would you spitball it at? I don't know, like 300, 400 arcade cabinets, and then probably
I mean, they have the pinballs. They also have the Black Knight 2000 pinball machine, which is just perfect. Anytime I'm there, that's the one I always look for, just because the Black Knight 2001 is such a good, cheesy musical chime to it.
I don't actually know that one offhand.
You could probably pull it up on YouTube super easy. It's just Black Knight 2000 pinball machine. Give me your money. It is so fucking good.
I'll have to look that one up. But definitely, if you are into games or video game music, MagFest there's just nothing like it. That they've spun up a couple of other sideshows. There's Mag West, which is like a quarter of the size, and a couple other ones. But
there's Mag Stock or something.
Yeah, and
I did staff a few years ago, but I've lost touch with most of the folks who were in there. So,
but definitely looking forward to that. I'm surprised. I'm delighted that your voice has lasted this long, Geop. I was genuinely worried because we had said before we went live, it was like, okay, about 2.5 hours, and then I blinked and it was 3 hours.
I always sound tired. I always sound
really
like
bad
this
because I was like, oh shoot, I went past the time. I hope he's not like exhausted and upset with me. And then I'm trying to ease us into the end, and then we just get caught in another conversation. And I think we're gonna end, and then we're in another conversation, and here we are at 4 hours. But I do know, left to our own devices, this could just keep going. So we'll try winding down again to let you rest. So that leaves just the last question that I ask all my guests, and that is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but I've had people say VTubing allows me to get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone or something that I can't be in real life. I've had others take a more clinical approach and say it is a tool in my tool belt as an actor. It's a mask that I wear, and I don't really have an emotional attachment to this mask, but I love playing with this mask, and it lets me do things that I couldn't do if I was a face cam streamer. And those are very different types of motivations and things that people get from it, and everyone has something that led them or keeps them using a model. So for you, Geop, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Well, it feels a little silly to say it, but I like both those answers because they kind of organically melded together into something I kind of feel about it. Because it's kind of like, I like being able to just goof around and just be a little weirdo, like the 3D model stuff. Since I got this, I've been playing around with the software for it, and I've just got all sorts of weird, dumb stuff I can do with it. And frankly, it's kind of like when you start doing the streaming and the presentation thing, it's like, at least for me, different neurons activate. It's different when you are talking to somebody outside of a call, but when I'm looking at this and I'm watching. It gives some nice feedback to work off of. So it's like I'm kind of just goofing around and watching this, and it's like if I can't see this, I can feel my energy kind of decelerate. It's like, okay, this is normal Geop. When I'm able to look over here, I feel a little sillier, a little more fun. It makes it a lot more enjoyable. Like I remember before I did the debut, I'd always been comfortable talking. It's just a voice out in the void, and then being able to have something to bounce off of just made it so much more fun, so much more interesting. Even if at the first it was just the rock form, it had eyes, it felt kind of like I was in a collab with another creator. Like I'd done video stuff, and just being in a collab with somebody else, even if you're just voices off in the void, it helps so much. And just having this right here, it made it so much easier, so much more enjoyable. It's just, it's fun,
I've seen people use a VTuber model for the first time, that they will step in front of a computer that has the phone or whatever hooked up, and that there is sort of this moment where it clicks in their minds, and you can see it when they realize that the model is responding to them, and that it's such a fun, joyful moment. And not intentionally, but every time that there has been a potential for me to do that, I haven't actually been able to. That either someone else was there and that they were the one that I wanted them to try first anyways, or that the machine wasn't working, so I wasn't able to try at that point in time. But I have not actually, for any amount of time, piloted a VTuber model, but I've seen multiple people do it for the first time. And I look at it and say, oh, this is terribly dangerous. I'm scared that if I do this, that I am going to be like, oh no, I need a model now. Because I'm certainly not opposed to the concept of a model. But at this point, I don't know if it's part of my brand of being a disembodied voice. Part of it is that I, to this day, don't
Oh, that's the thing with brands. You can always change it.
The other part is just I don't really have inspiration for a design or a model. I have something small.
You can do really funny stuff like this. You can't hear the bat sound or the sound of the cat screeching, but you just knock. Yeah, pretty much. That's the follower alert chime I've gotten. Another one, just because I wanted to screw around with it. Ooh, is that gonna go? Hang on. Send signal. There we go. There's a channel point redeemed, just a spin, and if it goes too many times,
does it take off?
Yep, there we go.
Yes.
Oh. Fun little stuff like that. It's kind of also why I've got like all the dumb puppets and things like that, But hey, it's fun times.
It has definitely occurred to me, and I'm never saying never to it. But part of me likes being the disembodied voice, but maybe there will be eventually a design or a model that I'm just like, that's what I want. That there's a mascot in the works, because that was actually the last goal that we accomplished of the second anniversary charity marathon, because we'd beaten all the other goals, and I had to scramble and find something. I was like, okay, we still got a couple hours left, folks. So just in real time, I asked the chat, what would you like to see as a goal? And somebody suggested a mascot. I was like, okay, sure, we'll do that. So I have commissioned a mascot, and I look at the mascot and I say, like, could that be the model? I don't know, maybe.
It'll click at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah,
there's no sense forcing it if you're not feeling it, right?
Yeah, it's the type of thing that I feel like there is this potential, and at the same time, I could see it continuing as it has. But I will say very much, even I do not know. I can't say with certainty that anything is possible.
I gotcha.
But for you, that I always ask that question at the end of the show because it helps put a bow on things, but because while I never know exactly how someone will answer, the answers always make sense, even if it's just from the conversations of the past couple of hours, and that you're a very practical person in a lot of ways, and that's everything
boringly
from
so.
that you have the very practical approach that mirrors mine when it comes to the outreach, but even as far back as when you were starting the stream, that you mentioned that you went ahead and started streaming even without a model because you just wanted to shake off the rust and start, and that's something I think more people need to be comfortable with, that there's so many people that wait and say, you know, I'm going to debut once I have the model, and it's like, no, you should start streaming now, like at least with a PNG, or even if not a PNG, just as a disembodied voice. Get used to OBS, get used to running a show, get used to running a stream, and that you had that forethought even before you had your model. And at the same time, you do have the creativity, the fun little redeems. That's one of the things that I tell people who aren't familiar with VTubing, of like, why would you want to have a model? And, you know, the obvious answer is, well, if you want anonymity, that's great, but also VTubers get to ignore the laws of physics at a whim. They get to do things physically, gags or content or just something that is engaging that they can do with their viewers that facecam streamers simply physically cannot, because they have to follow the laws of physics.
Even if a facecam person's sort of like, well, I have a green screen, I can do stuff. It's like, well, okay, you're gonna have fun, you know, doing a whole bunch of weird tech stuff just to do a one-off goof, where it's kind of like, well, you can work around things pretty fast with this. You get creative, you know?
And that for you, I can see where sort of both ends of that spectrum end up coming into play, and that, you know, there's no wrong way to be a VTuber. There is no right answer to that question. That's why I ask it, because I always like hearing those answers. So again, just thank you for stopping by, for spending longer than either of us, I think, had intended, but at the very least, I'll take that as a success, because
Thumbs up.
it definitely didn't feel like you were dragging or anything, so I'm glad that I was able to help, I suppose, induce sort of a second wind there, and that this has been so much fun. And I do sort of have one last question. That's, who would you like us to raid?
I'm
going to let Geop look around in the meantime. I'll do some last housekeeping. So for anyone who is watching, if you came in with the raid or have been here since the start, thank you so much for being part of episode 123 of Vtuber Talk. You can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk, both places. I do these shows about once a week, but schedule around the guests, so I can't promise any regularity. Definitely want to follow if you want to keep up with shows like this. I do have one planned for next week. I always hesitate to actually say who it's going to be or give anything specific, because I've noticed like 5 of the 6 times that I have specifically dropped a name, I've had to cancel or reschedule. So now I just don't, and I'll say I have a show planned, and it'll be announced on Twitter, and once it's announced on Twitter, it's safe. That's usually fine. But for whatever reason, whenever I say it on stream, it's just cursed. So I won't say who, but I have someone scheduled, and then a couple others that I did actually get a small handful of responses this week, that it's always felt like feast or famine, that, you know, you just don't hear, and then suddenly 3-4 people get back, and I've locked in one and am just scheduling with a couple others. So if you aren't following me, though, be sure to follow Geop if for some absurd reason you aren't doing so already. I know that you're going to have lots more fun stuff in the future. I look forward to the future Zillow streams, the future, hopefully coming up soon, covers and more, and definitely National Harbor in January.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I put the raid target, if you're not familiar with Amos.
I'm not.
You're in for a treat.
He's not a sizzling guy, but he's a style guy.
He's an artist, and his entire presentation aesthetic is fantastic. I've technically known him for a while. We've been in the same circles, kind of, sort of. Putting the kayfabe aside, somebody I've known of but never had a chance to reach out to, and the VTubing kind of opened that up.
Nice. Well, for
real cool dude, though.
guess I'm gonna have to. I always keep an eye on whoever we end up rating because that ends up being sort of a good suggestion or recommendation for me of who to potentially look to in the future. But for anyone in chat, if you have any of the Geop's emotes, be sure to spam those once we get to Amos. Let them know that Geop sent you. And sadly, I don't have any emotes of my own, but be sure to send some positive vibes their way. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you all next time.
Have a good one.